Welcome to this weekend's edition of Viewer Levels. Indeed, probably our last viewer level session in this particular time slot for a couple of weeks, since I am going to be away next week, and the week after that is, of course, going to be Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which will have to take priority. But we'll try to work some other cues and certainly some other puzzle streams in the interim. And for now, we'll begin with a puzzle by Sir Schlecht, Toad's Remote Getaway. Toad enjoys his solitude away from it all and prefers remote work. As do we all. Let's take a look. Interesting thumbnail here, that we have a couple of objects that are probably going to be of some significance. But we'll see how that goes. Okay, so something is rattling. Bunch of one-ups. Do you know where you can get Super Mario Maker 2 cheap? Well, being a first-party Nintendo game, it is not discounted officially very often. I know recently they had the Martende sale back in March where they took it 30% off, but you know, that's something that happens once every few months that Nintendo will do that. I don't know if it is regularly on sale for much cheaper, but you can always check the sale tracker site at Deku Deals, which tends to have that kind of information. Possibly you can find a good deal locally. Anyway, we didn't check the door up front. I do want to check that, since the pipe is going to take me into this room. I don't know what this indication is going to be yet, in terms of the red and the blue and the 5 blocks in between, but we'll find out it as well. And, okay, so this gives you an idea of the goal. It looks like after you collect the last coin, then you hit checkpoint. Possibly it is a coin that is going to allow you to loop back around. If it is going to be the last coin, of course, then, yeah, you've got 6 coins in total. This might be the safety coin. It might also be an anti-key death. Except, of course, that it isn't really a forced coin. Like, you can always dodge it, I think. So, I think it is just probably a safety coin that allows you through the door and is matched to the ending. So we'll be on the lookout for 5 coins, and at least we have a very clear idea of where the checkpoint is, that we need to reload between segments. Okay, so, first things first, this looks like it's very obviously going to probably just punch some fire after the bomb, and then maybe activate an auto delay. We have something that's potentially a detonation over here. We have pipe over here. What is this door? Let's see. Oh, looks like we have tracks here that indicate to me that perhaps with an on-off switch toggle that this location is going to be blocked when we spawn in. But we'll have to determine if that's going to be the case. In the meantime, yeah, it looks like we'll be looking for a couple of different segments with coins. I mean, this indicates to me probably a vine block, yeah. That'll be the case. And we are still in the main world at this point, so the pipes are probably going to be matched a little differently. Notice that there's a bit of a glow of another pink coin that's to the left side of this room past the scroll break. Yeah, notice too that the ground tiles look like they're kind of topped out in the top right and top left corners, because this might be built on a half screen, and you should be able to go over top, giving the opening there for the pink coin. So we'll see how this is actually built in layout. And let's go back. Okay. 1-ups are going to do that. The P is indicating a second segment. We don't know what that is yet, but we'll find out. And yeah, we're not going to punch this yet. I want to explore it a little bit more before we do. E-switch on top of that. Now this is going to be number 4. You know, interestingly enough, this reminds me very much of the Super Mario 3 P meter that you see in the top left corner. That, for example, you can charge up to a certain amount and then you would be able to take off and fly. It even has 6 segments, the way that the Super Mario 3 P meter does, and I feel like that's not a coincidence. And that could be something quite significant. Notice that if this question block is going to be a vine, as I suspect it is, you would need to have some kind of timed on-off toggle that happens twice. Once to let this through, once to let the other one through. Possibly actually... No, you would actually need them to be toggled on some kind of timer. And then a vine would be able to come through here and allow you to climb up to the pink coin. I think that's likely the way that that's going to get done. It's almost certainly not as simple as just dropping a spring to the left side and jumping up. And yeah, as before, we have access to an on-off switch that we haven't worked with yet. And yeah, notice that there is a spike ball that rolls this way when you spawn in this direction. When you spawn in this direction, of course, it is going to track the player upon entry, and then it spawns in this location and crashes immediately into the pipe. So that's something important to know, is that respawning in this direction is going to activate the block. And that activation of the on-off switch will allow you to get the POW, assuming you can get through the front door in the first place, because the issue that I see here is that if this is activated, you're not able to get through the door, although maybe there's something that's affected with the hard block over here. So let's just keep going. We're still in the early scouting phase here as we determine what's going on in the overall layout. We have another bomb over here, and that looks like it's over top of a cloud. And this looks like it's another kind of timed activation that is going to be something remote, perhaps. Another way to do it, of course, is that if you have access to a P-switch right here and you're able to bop it, then you'll be able to go through. But it may also be that here, you start in this location and have some kind of remote activation some other way. Notice that this looks very bumpable. In fact, I would find that very likely, except you would usually need something else like a muncher to do that, wouldn't you? Or some kind of object that would allow you to take it up. Possibly something like a spring, but yeah, this looks like it's definitely something that can be activated in some fashion to be raised in order to give you something that is from the blaster's interior. This looks like it's definitely a block that you would need to climb through, which means that it's almost certainly just an item check to prevent you from carrying anything through to the other side. And here, this is going to be a POW activation to get through the muncher, as well as potentially a way to jump through the flag over here, assuming that we have some kind of object that will take us through. I mean, the rather obvious thing to do is to take the spring. I would assume at this point that taking a flag actually sends you back through to the other flag, so it's just really just a save point for each successive coin that you get between attempts, since, of course, the timer may in fact be an issue. On-off switch here, interestingly enough, which will allow you to go back through with the spring in tow. Which, again, leads to some interesting implications, like being able to manipulate the blaster. Now, we're still scouting information here, obviously, so... yeah, that gives you a cloud and a one-way panel, and then that allows you to hit that. That allows you to potentially get a bomb if you don't die to it first. And the fact that it is a vine block means it can be reactivated many times. Bo Sergio, welcome. Thank you for adding your level, or rather your Maker code, and I'm glad it actually works. And hopefully we'll get to that soon. You are going to be the first one in the queue after this, although it is a potentially fairly lengthy puzzle, so hopefully we won't make you wait too long. And James D, welcome once again. Now, we never actually did see what this bomb activation does. It actually does not activate the bomb. You would need to come through here first. Oh, I see what it is. That's... Yeah, I see what it is. That if you activate the on-off switch at the end of the loop that takes you back to the save point, then you get the off state. You can come back here with the off state, and this is basically so the bomb would be on the bottom layer. You would be able to hit using Divine Block, and you're able to toggle from off back to on when you cycle back around in order to proceed through this level, but not much more than that. I wonder if you can hot potato the bomb that we saw how to spawn earlier, because that would of course allow you to bust through this door. We'll loop back around, we'll try to progress. But we're seeing a great deal of what we can at this point, and without any kind of item check, perhaps the spring can get me up to this other coin. So, let's do what we know. You know about this? We know how to cycle around after the on-off switch. We don't know what happens with this pipe. We should check it. And yeah, so this is the 5th point here. Notice that the piece also consistently line up with the lantern that is placed underneath. I think that was true of the other rooms as well when we saw it in slot 2, slot 4, and now we have slot 5. And of course, those correspond to a number of things. They correspond to the P-meter graphic in SMP3, as I was saying before, as well as to the 6 coins that we have in the top right. So it could be any of those, but we only have so many pipe entrances so far, so we'll have to see what that is about. So, did we see what this door is about? Or did I not? Okay, it blocks you through here. I see. That gives you a window into what it looks like on the other side of the bomb detonation when you take the bomb back up to the entrance. That allows you to see that that is the way that you get 1 coin as, well, conditional on the P-switch activation, as well as the Shelmet. The Shelmet, we haven't seen what that is for yet, but that will likely be useful soon enough. So let's keep the spring. Let's take it back. Let's see if we can maybe hot potato a bomb over... Oh, that'll be tricky, because I'm thinking, like, if you take the bomb over to this room, we probably can't get the spring come back here and shuttle the bomb back to the main room in time. And so, if you were to proceed here, nothing to bomb in this location either. So, the bomb is likely something that we'll have to take with us backwards rather than forwards. So we don't know yet where we will use the bomb, because once ignited, we have a bit of a time limit to take it through with us. We know that this is going to give us a spike ball for the bomb, but we'll see what that is going to amount to. Greek Claire, welcome, and never going to give you up as well. Okay, so P-switch is something that you can step on here without... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so now we can see what the camera scroll is looking like. We can see that we have access to the POW. We know that the POW can be traded for the Muncher, and that'll be 1 coin that's fairly easy, low-hanging fruit. We know that we can step on the P-switch, but then why would we want to do it? What does that give me? Because it would allow me to run through 1 P gate, and then up here on the other side of it. I think the P-switch, naturally, it matches up to blowing up the hard blocks and allowing myself to grab the coin that is underneath the Buzzy shell that we saw in the other room. We also, yeah, we need to figure out what the switch activation in this room is going to be like. How the on-off switch can be toggled part way, such that we can go over. And I think this pink coin that's visible on the other side is potentially a clue. But let's take the POW back through with us so we can at least clean up a few coins that we do know about. Yeah, if you have a P-switch activation, this is going to gate you off, so you don't want it activated coming into this room. But what you can do... I see, so you can't take the POW through with you because of this. So that's not going to be it either. Yeah, so the POW isn't going to cycle back through this way. It looks puzzly, that's because it is. unbelievably. That's because it is. Notice that you can re-enter this room in the off state at this point, which is not something that we have done yet, and which might be significant. Well, let's just take a look. Yeah, we still don't really know much about the key indications here, apart from the fact that they mark the lantern locations in which... I think, since the core of the puzzle seems to be that there has to be some kind of timed activation, where you're standing in a certain room and you have to have a delay in an activation of an on-off switch or a P-switch, that this is going to be related to that somehow. That it gives you some kind of timing window that we're going to have to use in the other rooms. Now, we know how to hit the on-off switch here, but what if I just go back in the off state? Does anything change? Not really. But what if you hit the POW in this location? Well, we can't hit it, exactly, but... I don't think we can. Oh, we can grab it, yeah, with a bit of a run. Because if I... We didn't actually hit the P-switch to see what it does, because maybe the P-switch does a remote activation of the on-off switch. And maybe that was the thing that we were missing about what the graphic is telling me. Because in that case, what you would do is you would come in here, spike ball rolls over, hits the question block, you jump on a spring, imagine that this is a spring, you hit the P-switch, and then you would open up the central column. So, that doesn't affect or explain this, though, this part here. But then maybe that's going to be some kind of relationship with the bomb. We'll have to go back and see that. Notice, too, that we never actually did see what was in the note block. I thought that was just there to bounce the 1-ups, but I didn't confirm whether that was the case, so... In that case, I think what we should do is we should grab the spring and test the P-switch to see what it activates in that room, because that's something that we don't know. So we're still scouting. There's going to be a bit more to do, and yeah, we know that we have access to the bomb here. We know that the bomb is something we would potentially have to hot potato all the way back to the entrance. Now, does this remotely activate an on-off switch? No, it doesn't. Okay, that's a rather important thing to know, but... what if we're able to climb the vine up top? And... that will not be it. Let's think about it. Okay, you're able to take a bomb into this room. You're able to run a bomb back over here. We can definitely get the bomb and just toss it here. I think we're at... I don't see anything that's preventing me from doing that, so... we have no coins yet, so we might as well start over. We don't have anything to save at checkpoint. So let's go back around, hit the on-off switch, grab the spring, and then use the bomb to blow up the hard block first, and then figure out what the buzzy shell is going to be for. Okay. Possibly you can... oh, well, you can't upthrow an SMB3, so... I was thinking about some kind of upthrow maneuver that might be possible, but... that is not going to be it. Yeah, and the POW block in this room, if you cycle it back here, allows you to hit the muncher. I think it's the only thing that will allow you to hit a muncher. And, yeah, so we'll do this. We'll bounce it. We'll take the bomb through door by door. That should reset the timer on that. Notice that because of the pink coin that was to the left of that room, that perhaps the bomb would be able to collect it as well. We can grab that. We can also respawn through this room and grab another shell. Notice that this door is something that blocked me off previously because when we tried to spawn through it, it dropped a block. But it does mean that we can spawn through this door if necessary. And that if we have a P-switch activation, we would need it to... I mean, I don't know if that is a vine block, whether it would blow up. But spring here taking you up would be the natural choice to send you up. Also, let's see what this is. This is number 1, so there is a particular sequence, I think. Possibly this tells you that there is going to be a prescribed coin order. And that... Yeah, we know, for instance, that this is coin number 1. Or, well, room number 1, I guess. Maybe not coin number 1, but... We'll have to see about that. Anyway, if we're able to carry the spring all the way back here, which I know we can do, then we might make some progress. So, also notice that I could have just carried the shell with me. I don't need to wear it necessarily. We can grab a shell. If we grab a shell, we're able to do something like hit the mom without having done much else. In fact, you can even do it in this location where... Oh, yeah, there's something else I wanted to try. Let's, not this, obviously. You need some kind of other object under it. There's something else I did want to try. Which is... If we... go back through here. Oh, also, yes. So this is the door that is matched with the final room there. Yeah, we know that. Come back through here. We'll grab the bomb. Then... Notice that we have a couple of options here. We could have even taken the spike ball with us. Let's see if the bomb is within range of the pink coin. It is not. Seems like it definitely is a coin glowing on the other side, though, doesn't it? Alright, then. In that case, let's go back to the idea of taking the spring back to the room that we bombed open. Oops. There we go. We also haven't actually checked the checkpoint pipe yet. That's because I think it's structurally pretty clear what it is. We'll confirm that after we've progressed a bit further. Alright, so if you're in this location, now you're able to go up here, and if you have a shell, you can send it to that coin. And we will have a shell. Let's make sure we don't despawn anything. We're not within despawn range, but we'll be extra careful. So it seems like it's pretty clear to me that the thing to do here is to grab the shell and deposit it. Rather, fire it. Hang on. At the coin up above. Now, is all of this doable as well with the P-switch activation? In terms of having enough time to run back over here, I think it should be. So we got one coin. If we activate the P-switch in this room, we should have enough time to run all the way over. If we're carrying a shell, perhaps. But... let's see. This might be... oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. That's 2 coins. We better loop around and save some of this, even though... even after a save, we would need to do some of this interaction over again in order to grab the Buzzy Shell. Yeah, the coin to the left here is awfully suspicious, of course. And this over here is still interesting. And because we still don't know what we can do as a remote activation. So let's go back over here. We do have the shell in tow. We might be able to progress that way. Notice once again that Shell is able to spawn the bomb now without having raised this, but I don't know if that's going to be useful. P-switch activation coming into this room is not going to be too useful yet. We actually need to retrieve the P-switch somehow in order to have it come through here. I'm thinking of ways that the P-switch could potentially be retrieved. I don't know if it would potentially be something we can raise with a Goomba shoe, for instance. Like if you have a shoe and you stomp and you raise the switch on top. But of course that would require me to get a shoe in the first place, and we don't know yet if one exists in this level. That's the only thing I can think of in terms of grabbing the P-switch in advance. Yeah, because I guess I don't think the bomb... Yeah, bombs don't get within range of these coins, so... I knew that, in fact, from having done lots of puzzles, but I needed to confirm that anyway. Also, we totally should save before anything catastrophic happens. Notice that we are on top here, but there's no scroll break that's available in this room, so that will not really be useful information. However, in that room we are able to knock about, whoops, a spike ball. Once we have the helmet, that's one of the few things we can do with a helmet that I can see so far, in fact. Do we want this coin yet? Maybe it unblocks something entity-wise when you respawn a checkpoint, so you know what, let's... But it might also just be the safety coin, so... Oh, okay, so it is forced. The fact that it is forced tells me that there is going to be some kind of anti-key death mechanism. Or at least some kind of mechanism upon spawn that we... No, I mean, it's clearly an anti-key death mechanism. And we'll come back through here. Yeah, we still have the tap 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 going on with the 3 1-ups for Endless. And we'll see what happens on spawn when we come back in. Yeah, because block falls off here, obviously, upon spawn. And so far, we don't really see anything else yet that is going to be breakable. However, what if you are in the off state here and you use a bomb to blow up this block? It looks like there's a one-way panel here. So maybe all that does is drop the Muncher. That is also in that location once it's in the off state. However, yeah, I guess we'll have to see how that is actually stacked. Because we should be thinking ahead to how bombs are potentially... what bombs are able to destroy, basically. Like, is a bomb able to destroy this block when we're in the off state? Does that give me anything? Drops the Muncher, but what does that even do? We'll consider these things. Anyway, back we go. And over here. So we now have access to the POW. We don't know how to get the POW through here yet. Because you would need... well, someone to get through. You know what? No, that's fine. If you hit this, you can bomb it. So if you have a way to get the bomb, then you can just blow this up. But that's assuming that you're already holding the POW in this room, though, because this block would obviously respawn. So you'd have to be able to bring the POW into this room, but using that state that you're in, still be able to grab this bomb, which perhaps we can't do since we need an additional object to hit the block. Either using the spring to raise this or using a Buzzy Shell to hit it remotely. Otherwise, it would have been an interesting consideration to blow this up and then allow me to carry an object back through with me. But I think we're not really able to do that, judging by what I'm seeing, so... Yeah, looking at this here... One thing that could also be done potentially is... Yeah, we know the bomb is available in that room. We know P is available in this room. We don't know yet how to raise to P if that's something that we can actually do at all. We don't know what to do with the coin on the left side of this room, depending on how it's connected. We also haven't seen the relevant pipe for slot 3, which may actually tell me how the rooms are connected. Like, perhaps the idea behind these pipes is that it gives me a sense of what the overall layout is. I don't know if that makes sense, though, because we know that the Buzzy shell was technically room 1. But it's interesting to me that we have not seen room 3 yet, and that we are also looking at one coin unaccounted for. It's possible that that's also the coin that's beside the Muncher, though, which is height-wise. I mean, it might also be this coin, looking at how this is laid out. Which might be interesting. Anyway, let's continue working our way through. The on-off switch available here. We can't really do much with the Muncher currently. And I think, once again, that the note blocks are only useful for bouncing the mushrooms, although maybe we don't know that for a fact. So the question is, have we seen any other lamppost decorations? Also, we haven't come up here, on top of that location. We can get up there height-wise if we drop this. And see what's on top. Nothing. Okay. So what do we have so far that we haven't used yet? We know... let's get back to the Buzzy helmet, perhaps, since we know very well how to do that. We'll tap this. Oh. Buzzy helmet allows me to salvage the spike ball. But we don't know how to use that yet either. Whoop! That was really dangerous. Yeah, I was talking about taking the bomb over here to lower the Muncher. There is a one-way panel that looks like it's a down one-way panel. That would be interesting because it would give me access to a fresh bomb over here, especially once we perhaps hit the Muncher with... No, we wouldn't have access to a POW, okay. But supposing we did that. Well, let's see. Let's see. We want off-state... Yeah, it is a one-way panel. It would drop the Muncher and the bomb. Why would we ever want to do that? Notice that the bomb would also have been able to blow up this block, but then why would we want to do that? I'm just basically thinking about everything that could potentially explode. You know that you can deflect a spike ball using the helmet. But then why would we do that? What is available to hit? I wonder if we can find a way to either raise this or to get a bomb while holding a POW in this room. That seems to be the state that we want, because that would be the state that allows me to blow up this block over here and then carry an object like a POW through to the other side. Or any other object through to the other side, in fact. So for instance, if we had 2 bombs in this location, no, it doesn't work. Like basically, if you run a bomb through here, you tap this, and then yeah, there is a pretty hard limit on the number of objects we can carry through with us, though. So that does impose a bit of a constraint. But we don't know how to use the Shellman yet, and the only interaction that I've thought of so far is with the spike ball. And we also still don't know what this whole lantern system is trying to indicate to me here. We can go up. We can then take the Shellman back through. Let's take a look here. So this cycle through this level we haven't actually progressed, unfortunately. Okay, this is going to go down. This is going to take us up, but this allows you to get a bomb. The bomb then allows you to blow this up. So, for example, we could take a spring back through with us, although I don't know why we would want to do that. Unless, of course, you had a reversal of the on-off state. Currently, we're in the off state. What if you went to the on state, and then you took a bomb, and then you took a spring through in the on state, and then what happens? That might be the only thing that I can think of that would actually progress. And we're going to run out of time, so we won't get to try it, but we may be able to try it in the next attempt. Let's just let this time out for a moment, since we know we're able to do that. And let's get the pieces back in order. So, one thing that we haven't actually thought about is we haven't really looked at the pipe rooms when we are in the off state to see what happens when the blue block is activated on the right side, whether there's some kind of information that is perhaps revealed. But we're going to go through here. And we'll progress as before. I think coins are accounted for at this point. You have the Muncher coin, you have the E-block coin. Yeah, one of those is the one that was kind of tucked away and visible blinking from the other side of another room. And then you have the one that is Divine Climb. And so we really just have those 3 to sort out. So we know that we can take this through in the off state. So what happens when we enter this room in the on state and have a spring? Well, that's equivalent to just entering with the on state and grabbing the spring, so that's not useful. But what we want is to be able to carry the POW through here. We know we can do it if we cycle through this room. In fact, we haven't thought about sitting on a platform and taking an object through with us, except we would seemingly need 2 POWs or a P-switch and POW in order to do that. And so we have an object to stand on underneath the door. If we have an object to stand on underneath the door, we can come through this room. If we come through this room with nothing else, we have a spring. And we have a spring that allows me to cycle back through the level in the on state. So the thing is, if I go to the Buzzy Shell room, then what can I do to take an object through this door back here? And what can we do that we cannot already do going back the other way? Because in terms of held objects so far, the only alternatives that we've seen up to this point are the POW and the Buzzy Shell, and we need some way to trade up to the POW. To trade up to the POW, we need a second object to stand on to enter this door. Or we just roll a shell and ride it, maybe. And take the POW through that way. Because if I'm rolling a shell over, that actually should give me something to stand on. Yeah. That may be it. So let's grab a... Well, let's open up the Buzzies, first of all. That's going to be one of the more important things to do. Here. So yeah, so I think it's going to be riding a shell and then taking a POW. And King Dragoon, welcome. If it's a fairly new level, Warp World has been failing on a lot of those lately, so please do try to queue your maker code, perhaps, and we'll get you in. It has been a bit of a pervasive problem with the bot lately, unfortunately. But yeah, the thing I'm thinking is that if you're able to just, whoops, not do that, but actually, no, because stomping would just stop it, right? But then, are you able to enter a door on top of that? I don't think you're able to. Like, you usually need it to be launched by something else to have a shell ride going. You wouldn't be able to enter a door like this, you just land. But if it's launched by something else, then you would be able to. Or, if you do the thing that I was talking about over here with the Muncher, where if you're able to bounce a Muncher all the way over, which I don't think you can do because the Muncher can't go side to side, like it would just land on top of your head. Like basically take a bomb over here, bomb this, Muncher and bomb fall down. And then, let's see. You spawn it, then hit it far from the shell, yeah. I'm not sure which object you want to despawn, but this is the only scrolling room where spawning might be relevant. Let's see what that looks like. Let's come back over here, because currently I'm trying to take a POW back through the entire cycle to the final room. And possibly also find a way to pick up the P, but we don't have that yet. Oh, you know what? Let's grab another shell, first of all. That will allow me to shortcut one or two things. Yeah, so we want to figure out how to get through this door while holding a POW. Yeah, puzzle levels are kryptonite. They seem to be that for many people, so certainly not alone in that. If... Yeah, so we are able to trade a bomb over to a shell. That means that I'm actually able to take a shell through here as well if we use the bomb to blow this up. Now, why would I want to do that? Under what circumstance? Because I don't see what that gets me. Because I'm thinking about candidates for what a bomb can destroy. You know what? The Vine Climb room might be interesting here. That if we can somehow blow this up with a bomb, we'd have to do it during an off state, unfortunately. No, we'd actually... No, this is the correct state, in fact. If I just take a bomb and I just jump up here with good timing, then why can't I just blow it up directly? While I'm wearing a helmet. If I'm wearing a helmet, then we're okay, right? But that would be something that's very precisely timed, which makes me think it's not the solution. Because I'm wearing a helmet now, that means we can do all kinds of things with bombs that we normally wouldn't. Like just jump up here, for instance. I was trying to jump up here and blow this up at the same time, which I think actually works. It totally should work, it's just that we lost a helmet, and we'll have to get another one. Cheese idea number 2 for that room. I mean, it totally works, right? You'd think it won't be possible with your fix. Okay, so it's not the intended solution. But in its current form, it totally does work, doesn't it? It totally looks unintended. It's undoubtedly unintended because it makes this vine completely redundant. But it totally should work. Well, if we're desperate, we'll go for it, but... Now, Sir Sherlock, just so you know, because execution-wise it's easy to get back to this state, I may rotate to some other levels in the queue and then get back to this one, just so you know, since it's not difficult to recover my progress. I do want to solve this, but in the interest of the viewer queue, I might not do it all in a single segment. And yeah, you need to re-upload anyway. We might do that after this timeout. Then let me take a current look at the list. Yeah, I'd like to get through more of the queue first. I will cycle back to this one if you're able to stay. And I may even just do it at the end of the stream regardless. Because I do want to see how this goes. But since you need to de-cheese it anyway, you know what? Let's postpone for a moment. And let's move on to the queue. Yeah, feel free to pop it in today. And we'll see. Yeah, you need to re-upload anyway, so. Communication error occurred. It's already down. Okay, thank you for anybody who was able to wait through that. And Bao Sergio, it took me a moment to realize that it wasn't Bowser Geo, but it's actually Bao Sergio. I mean, on a Mario stream, that's something that's very easily confused. Let's take a look. Play the most recent one. Yes, we will. And thank you once again for waiting. I know that I tend to take a while with puzzles. Yoshi, avoid those wet spikes. 3DS. Why would it be a 3DS? Hold your breath and prepare yourself to avoid some spikes underwater. Let's take a look. Something that's ported from Mario Maker 3DS, perhaps. Alright, here is something that's not a puzzle. We'll avoid the wet spikes. That's what we do. Yoshi's also able to just stand on them. Don't lose Yoshi unless the level requires it. Okay. We'll try not to. I mean, difficult thing to enforce when you're underwater, but I guess we will need to blow this up eventually. Something that can be activated on the other side. It seems like something is going to drop a bomb out of that note block. Bomb walks over and it would release access to the blue pipe. Looks like... Oh no, actually, if Yoshi takes damage, then Yoshi should be able to run over and hit the note block himself, which means that we should respawn objects and take damage. But we'd probably need to do that using the Cheep Cheep, since there's nothing for me to swallow here. Let's back up a little bit more. Let's back up a little bit more. You're saying the cave part is an easy puzzle? Yeah, we just need to... A respawn. Whoops. Not like that. Oh, I guess I already ate it as well, so, well, let's see what we can do here. Because I do need to take damage. That's very clear. I think that's pretty obviously a Yoshi run. Wonder if there's a more elegant way to do this. Since we can't just have Yoshi fall into a pit, obviously, but we do need some kind of damage source. But then if you devoured a Cheep, maybe that's not actually reloadable then, is it? Let me see here. Well, let's take a look. I don't mind figuring it out. Let's... Yeah, you could just do a straight drop and a conveyor belt would just take him over, wouldn't it? I've been doing too many puzzles, you see, because I was thinking, oh, why don't we just have Yoshi in a running state? And we clearly don't need it because of conveyors. So, overthinking it, as usual. Yeah, we've been doing so many Yoshi puzzles that involve getting Yoshi to run, that I was kind of thinking about that as a first resort, and maybe that was not the best idea. Here, looks like one-way panels. We would need to spit something over. Well, I mean, let's see what's available. Oh, we're able to spit fire, but that won't help against the P-switches, so let's ignore that for a moment. We'd need to blow this up in order for Spike to launch a spike ball, but the spike ball would obviously do it. Yeah, spike ball would definitely do the trick. And P-switch would give me a bit of a time to run back here, okay. Let's just take a look once again. Overthinking is your middle name. And of course we're thinking about that now, just to see why that would possibly be. Anyway, Yoshi can just grab, because this is, of course, Super Mario World. Alright. Just come through here. You know what? Let's try to grab another one. Oh, no. I was hoping to. Just to see if it could be done. I think it can be done, too, if you're fast enough. Okay. Play fast and clean enough, you should be able to do it. Nope. It's totally doable, though. I just want to see if it can be done. Just in case the spike ball is helpful. I know I don't need another spike ball, I just want to do it. Welcome to my playstyle. We try these things just to see if they can be done. And, yeah, okay, never mind. I guess spike balls are one of those. I think we knew that, too. It's just been a while. I've been playing much less Maker than I usually do over the past few weeks, so... steadily coming back to me, and we can totally, of course, grab hammers if we want. But we would need this, and then we would need to wear it. And then we bust our way through here and grab that. And, of course, we can bust this down. Hey, we'll get to fly. Excellent. And then we can jump over. Okay, that's fine. We can do that too. We're not going to do it right away, though, because I want to see if there's anything else to look at here. Yeah, no, I should have remembered that, because spike balls follow the same logic as snowballs, and snowballs definitely disappear between doors. Okay, so it peels off the spike ball. And if you've already taken down... Yeah, I guess this slows you down by enough that you are forced to drop the cape. Because you wouldn't be able to keep enough invincibility frames to make it much further than that. However, you don't really need Yoshi, though, do you, to fly over in that location? Oh, maybe you do because of the arc that you're setting up. Because if you were flying in the Cape segment without Yoshi while holding a second spiny shell, then you could up-throw the shell, right? And if you up-throw the shell in advance, then maybe you can do the jump with Yoshi afterwards, assuming it doesn't despawn, and then you would have a second shell that's available, and then you would be able to come through here with the cape. Maybe. I feel like maybe the placement doesn't work for that. But... anyway, Wiggler Chase. Not that the cape would help you anyway, apart from whipping the Wiggler, which... okay, that would help you quite a bit. But yeah, I actually wonder if it's possible to send a second shell through if you know exactly what you're doing. Because certainly, you know, you don't even need to fly all the way up, you just need to up-throw it, and as long as the shell doesn't despawn, then you fly up with Yoshi to jump, and then all of a sudden you've got two shells. One on your head, one not on your head. Whoops. So what happens if I just let him pass? Does he block the door, or... I feel like he probably blocks the door, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. Okay. And then we also have a collision issue here. Because we're not able to come through here. Okay. So this is pretty much an SD lock, isn't it? Oh, is this something that's trapping me? Like a one-way panel pointing down? It is a one-way panel pointing down, isn't it? Yeah. I needed a spring. Yeah. That's... we weren't paying attention. And King Dragoon, that's quite right. We've got cheese on a ring all the time. And we totally didn't bring this, that's true. That would have made it much easier to swim, in fact. So we didn't need to bob everywhere. Oop. Makes it significantly easier to swim. Because that's just how holding objects works. Not just for Mario, but also for Yoshi. Yeah. Whoop. Anyway, this is actually kind of unique. A Yoshi holding an object swimming area. We don't see very many of those, despite all of the frog levels or P-balloon levels out there. Or even Mario holding shell swimming levels, perhaps. We don't actually see too many Yoshi swimming segments like that, so that was kind of neat. And thank you so much for the GGs. Mark that as a win. And let's see what's next. Okay, Quicklair. Play to the newest level. And hopefully things are still functioning on the stream in terms of the audio and video. None of the usual glitchiness. Okay. Test subject A. Version 12, and it is another troll test. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so you're saying sorry. Maybe. So you have a scroll break over here, and then everything would be on off, so. Alright, we don't really have much choice here, we just have to go through. Spike ball loads that up immediately, and then we also don't have much choice over here unless that is something runnable. I guess we would need... Well, let's see. Maybe... Just... Yeah, look at this. That... With the munch replacement, I am blocked, but I don't actually take damage from it. That's interesting. That's a very interesting idea, that I'm sort of with it as collision range, but not damage range. And King Dragoon, yeah, that's kind of our style, I guess. That maybe lends itself well to spending too long on puzzle levels. Okay, so we definitely need to either have a power-up or some kind of damage interaction in order to make it through the floor. Mushroom over here, yeah, we did see that fly in the previous segment, so yeah, that's obviously the thing to do. This looks awfully suspicious, and it is. Interestingly enough, that does raise that POW, so if we jump on top of it and go forward, perhaps we're able to beat the Piranha out of that. Yeah, I don't know yet about that POW block, but it looks like it might be necessary, so let's stand here, wait for the shroom. Oh, yeah, I guess we need to stand within range. So, this is a level that really does want to show off that little interaction, just to make sure the player sees it. And yeah, we're able to get out of there before the collision box is an issue. Probably not a good idea, but alright. Interesting coin down there with the spikes to the left. That looks like it's probably not the way, although, well, I mean, it would just be trapped, right? So there's no way that would be valid. But I think we need to kind of have a... Yeah, we need to be not all the way down. We get a mushroom while our head is still above the one-way panel, and we should be able to jump through, right? Or no. No, it's just this. Okay. Works for me. I love this little bit here with the fire flower just kind of unstacking. Whoop, let's be careful. And we needed that. Okay. We probably need that. We should jump through just to see if there's some kind of additional interaction, but... Yeah, obviously we can't do this. I think we need to skip the drop platform, then activate the whole swamp thing, and then go down here to grab the fire flower. That looks like it should be it. B. Suzuki, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, let's grab that mushroom. Don't know we need this. Yeah, we will avoid hitting the panel. Actually, if we jump at the right time, we're able to just catch the flower. We should be avoiding this anyway. We activate and then we just jump. Because that's where the flower is coming from. I was wondering where that was because I didn't look at the animation clearly the first time through, but... Grab this. Yeah, we jump. And then try not to spring into that. This looks awfully suspicious. If we jump... This is not one of the games where that requires a fire flower. Or, well, I mean, it is actually, but... Why did I say it wasn't? Okay, yeah. If you spin in there while you're small, then you're able to get out, and then you're able to activate a switch and then drop through the P-Balloon. That makes sense. Bizuki, try your Maker code. Warp World has not been good about new uploads lately. Oops. I'm actually not sure how its valid code detection worked in the first place. I think it was just on an out-of-date database refresh or something. You think you got the wrong code anyway, okay. Yeah, we need to hug this. Hug the Muncher, because what are they for? Yeah, we'll do this little jump here. And we'll lose this and we'll trade it off to the P-Balloon afterwards. Now, with the P-Balloon... Whoops. Yeah, we need to spin a little better. I was spinning a little too close to the edge and activated the block prematurely. That is the correct sequence, though. Mario Maker Trolls. Levels made with devilry. Your fate is clear, alas. Yeah, I know it doesn't quite line up to 575, but that is a reasonable attempt, perhaps. You can always try it with a limerick if you're not sure. Yep, so Bizuki, like I was saying, if for some reason level codes don't work, try Maker codes, and hopefully you'll be able to guide me to the right place. Warp World's been acting like this for the past month or so, and the thing is, I haven't been streaming this game often enough to really look into that and fix it. Or for that matter, replace it with the other viewer level bot, which I've been saying I will do. Which we haven't done yet, so... Okay, good. The panel stays in place. That's good. Okay. And then, oops, didn't mean to do that. That's what happens when you just have a habit of pressing up all the time. The daring Mario's quest to Castle Find and Peach ensconce, though, through many trials did he unwind. Yeah, it doesn't quite scan either. It's very close, but clearly there are some things that are being read as one syllable when they should be two, or... It's a reasonably close effort, though. I mean, the thing about the GPT language models is that they tend to be quite good at constraint problems like that. No, because I was reading the second part of the couplets at King Dragoon, and I was reading it as, and Peach ensconced through many trials did he... wait, the daring Mario's quest to Castle Find, and Peach ensconced through many trials did he unwind. Yeah, there's something that didn't quite line up there, but... Because I'm counting like 5 feet here, and... Anyway. That is a pretty reasonable piece of writing now. No, I know it's not a haiku. I know it's like a sort of Shakespearean couplet. With basically 5 by 2 syllables in a line. So, okay. We can tap this, we can come back down, and then that's what happens. Okay, now we know. We probably should have expected that, but I was very curious, and indeed this was very, very sus. Yeah, because I'm reading a second line, and that's and Peach ensconced through many trials did he unwind. That's actually 6 feet rather than 5, right? So it's not quite pentameter. Like it rendered the second part as a hexameter instead. But anyway. So I'm not exactly sure. I failed there. Chess Bunzo, welcome. Yeah, but it's reasonably good at doing stuff. It's quite good at, you know, creating rhymes and doing so with prosody that actually makes sense and is coherent. Syllable counting, I think it doesn't do very well, simply because the training data is just purely textual data that doesn't contain that information, right? Where, you know, if you train a language model on a data set that doesn't really tell you how words are pronounced, then you'd still be able to source things like rhymes from not only a very large sample of text, but also things like rhyming dictionaries, etc. But syllable information, you know, you could theoretically pull that from a dictionary, but by and large, you would expect that that's not as robust. So that's what I would think anyway. I haven't played with it closely enough to see what the exact points of failure are here. Okay, right, because we were previously doing alright into people informed because you just point up, and then we were trying to avoid pointing up into the door, so we got through that before, but I just didn't remember the input sequence. Oh, whoops, we missed a mushroom. Hang on. I was looking over at the chat to read the next bit there. Yeah, thank you for the re-upload, Searchlight. Yeah. The villain is Koopa. Stand in the way. Mario and Luigi will make them pay. Yeah, that's, I'm counting that as a tetrameter, actually, but again, close enough. That's pretty reasonable given the request. And it's one of those things where you just need to kind of train about further. This is with an older version of the GPT language models as well. I understand that GPT-4 is actually substantially more robust when it comes to handling some of those queries. Okay. But anyway, King Dragoon, definitely appreciate you playing around with that to see what it spits out. Very much a source of entertainment for me. Okay. No, yeah, once again, once we jump up into that location, we need to not hold up once we lose to people. That's something we know from experience. We just aren't reading it closely enough to recreate what we did earlier as reliably as I would hope. So, let's stand over here. Also because I guess one of the issues with running the mod is that we're going to have a lot of reading the chat deaths, so to speak. Which happen often enough already. Okay, so we punch our way up. Now we can do it. Okay. Now we do this. We stand next to the pipe so it doesn't spawn anything. Sends us through immediately. And then that's a CP. Or is it? Okay, we got a CP. And then we're through here. Falling donut block, very suspicious. Okay, it's actually fire, yeah. Let's head on down. Oh, look at that, on-off switch on the left side. This is probably just a fake out. Or is it? If we go left in this location, we have an off state. Is there anything down here? No, worth checking. Still worth checking. Yeah, we do need to take a hit. On our way through here. Okay, that fake out we didn't see previously, but I think that is... Hang on, let's actually see what the trigger was in that. I don't think I saw it. Fireflower and Buzzy up there. Okay, no, it just sends you onto that location and then... Yeah, because it affects your falling direction. And then you jump back on. So you basically just have to hold still. We just didn't see that interaction the first time post-checkpoint. Broken track, yeah. Yeah, the broken track warp, it takes you left the one. I've seen it before. I don't know how to set it up because I don't keep up with troll making mechanics on the maker's side very much. So, you know, basically what people give me on the stream is what I do. And yeah, I know the risk is that broken track glitch is something that Nintendo is known to delete. But when it's just a coordinated upload, it doesn't matter, so... Yeah. Very complicated and you never use them? Well... Fortune favors the bold, apparently. Alright, so... we can go left or we can go right. It says left, we're obviously going right. Because that's how reverse psychology happens. Notice this here that is also suspicious. It does open up this gate here. I wonder if we should take it. Interesting that... Oh yeah, no, it just woke up. That's all it did. And then we go back here, then we can see what's going on. Something being blocked in that location, though. Okay. Let's walk. Okay. So, previously we hit the on-off switch and everything got dropped out. I wonder what happened when we just dropped this down. Well, there's no Goomba here now, but we're still not able to get through. Okay, let me see if I know how to read the setup. Like, basically you would toss up, and that would bounce down, and perhaps you just get around without with a jump, but let's just take a bit of a dive and read this again. I haven't quite read that setup clearly enough yet to quite parse what's going on, but we'll back to that, or rather, you know, figure out what the pathway through it is going to be. So yeah, that sends the Goomba up right away. I think if you jump... Well, let's see here. We don't want to do that, obviously, but we do want to get on the other side of that spring. As it falls down, the blaster actually pushes it over. We do need to get above it. Above the sideways trampoline, rather. There will be something here that I have to do. Yeah, Spike Ball is going to activate there. Notice that we're still in the on state. I don't think anything changes here in the on state. I think it is still a pit, so... We don't know what's going on yet with the cannon over top of those P-switches, though. It seems like it might be something significant. Yeah, because you tapped a note block. What if we take the Goomba to the left? I mean, that's just a hit, so I don't think you can drop the Goomba there and have anything happen, like bear interaction or something off screen. So you know that the on-off switch, if it's activated by a bomb, then that is to make everything else go haywire here. But is there a way to make sure we get on top of that spray bomb? Yes, we just jump. That's all it is. Then, hang on. Well, that was a bad idea. I didn't want to spin on that. If you drop it over here, it just does a wake up. But no, it actually, there's a note block down there, I see. Note block would potentially drop something like a bomb to activate the on-off switch, and then you jump over. And that looks awfully suspicious over there as well, because you would need a mushroom in order to bust through. Or at least it's trying to convince you that that is the case. But yeah, here is just a jump. As far as I can tell. That's all we were missing. But it does mean that we need to make sure we retain the Goomba, because we'll need it for an object drop. And I guess that's all that drop is. It's just a Goomba check. So, we'll go back there and we'll try again. You can't wait to see how much cheese I find in your level? Well, you know, only if we have our eyes peeled for it. Actually, no, because most of the cheese I find is almost certainly accidental. That's just how I play. Here we go. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, spike ball over there, that makes sense. Now, we would need something like a mushroom, wouldn't we? And we would need a mushroom because that allows me to go through the spike. So that little jump there was quite necessary. Oh, that looks suspicious. Yeah, okay, okay. And that was a distraction. That's purely a distraction. And being a distraction, of course, we fell through it. Because that's just what happens. Alright, through we go. Oh, nope. Bad timing there. We just need to find the right timing, I think. It's really the only correction that needs to be made. Let's take a dive before the Goomba wakes up and gives me a chomp in the face. Alright. Through here we go. Yeah, we just need to jump before that comes down. Ah, yeah, okay. How come I didn't catch it that time? I just need to stand on the left, actually, to avoid this bit here. And we need to not spin jump specifically because catching the mushroom in that state would cause problems. So I got it right the first time, but I'll need to recreate that a bit more precisely. That's the thing about troll obstacles that you get past on the first try. Sometimes you don't realize exactly what condition you were fulfilling, and it might take a few attempts to recreate that afterwards. Okay. Because we know the mushroom was there. And we know we can do this, and we just go through, and we need to watch out for this conveyor belt. Because that is obviously meant to make it look as though you are going to fall in. come through here, it looks like a claw drop from a Wiggler that would block your progress. If we go through the cloud, we would potentially have a... I mean, we would need something like fire to drop in. I feel like, actually, that if there were an object drop over that grinder blade that's to the top left here, that was supposed to drop fire. But in order to do that, you would need some kind of object there that's available for you. Like, for instance, having kept the Goomba from earlier, although perhaps not. Perhaps, given the one-way panel placement there, maybe I was just supposed to step there myself, but... Yeah, and then, you know, you would bounce over and something would actually save you there. Maybe before the collision actually happens. Because it meant to look like a trap, but then I think it's something that becomes necessary. That's kind of a nice little... Wiggler spawn there. That was... not how I expected that to look, but... very, very amusing. It's like a purely aesthetic troll. And a much fancier one than, you know, the typical cheap sheets being dumped on your head. Yeah, that one was very entertaining. No doubt about that. Okay, so... no particular reason to do this. Why don't we just run directly to the right and see what happens if we just drop into the blade? I see, that's what happens. I was hoping I would be able to step on something, like we hang left. Yeah, because I guess I still have damage frames at that point. I'm able to step there as long as I don't get under the one-way panel. So we definitely need some way to spawn fire in that location, don't we? So... let's move on and let's see what lies ahead. Whoops. Okay, there we go. I think I do have to do the Goomba drop here. I don't see another way to do it, so... we will lose access to it. So yeah, we can take damage. If I hang left... I don't know if I'll still have the damage frames. And actually, no, I'm small, so I'm going to get trapped under the one-way panel regardless. So we actually cannot go down there. But... so maybe it's not something like a fire drop there after all, but kind of hard to tell. Yeah, because, yeah, this drops... so it allows you to bounce, but then we would still need some kind of switch activation beyond that, too. Would that be useful? Okay. Oh, whoops. That was a very bad throw. Let's try it again. I love how the audience agrees. Also, don't know if I'd noticed before, even after playing so much of this game, that the audience takes its time to celebrate and then goes away, and then you die. Kind of like the slow deaths in Mario Maker 1, where you would hear Mario distantly tumbling down the stairs or something. One of the many things about Mario Maker 1 that was streamlined away in 2. Okay, timing there for once. Let's go back to the mushroom and We still haven't figured out what the actual input sequence is for this. Whether it's possible to just speed under the Wiggler and outrun, or if I do need to bounce. Because possibly if I get towards the ice block trap, maybe something will be within range to spawn a flower towards me, and then we can get out of there. But I don't exactly know yet how that's going to go. Like, if we go here quickly, okay, and then all of that gets taken out. All right. That's what we should have gone for in the first place, then. This looks awfully suspicious. All of these, because you can see that the one-up mushroom is definitely disguising something else. Possibly a super mushroom. And then, let's take this down. Yeah, it's definitely covering something else, and so we weren't about to check that for ourselves. Interesting buzzy setup there. As this says CP2, well, we'll find out. Interesting donut block there as well. Well, not quite. Looks like it's encouraging you to take a POW with you to knock out the Muncher, although that in itself is a suspicious suggestion. Hint. Ah, okay, so the 50 coin all the way back there. Interesting. I mean, this is just a hint room, so it's going to say you can grab a POW. And then at this point, we need to take a death. Alright. So, knowledge check. Or CP2. But then we need to take a POW quite a ways, though, and I wonder... We'll do that, because it seems like we need to escort it some distance in order for that to work. And of course, you know, it's there to make you forget why you outran that location in the first place, which is kind of a neat little trick in its own right. Because after a couple attempts, you know, the cheap sheet coming down doesn't really even register. And then, interestingly enough, yeah, I guess we have a bit of a check here for taking a POW in with us. I think this is just a go fast obstacle, unless we... Well, that didn't work. Well, let's see, because there are a couple of things there that will have to go differently if we take the POW in, and perhaps we'll just expect the level to sort that out by itself and open the correct gates with the correct triggers. I'm thinking meanwhile how the POW check here works. Interesting. Oh, because ordinarily I guess this would be destroyed. Perhaps. But then it slows you down, and then that's the thing that it's doing here. And because this is on the track, interesting that the collision just doesn't register on that layer. So yeah, we just need to be extra careful. Look how far behind we are on pink coins as well. We've collected so few. Not that that tells us anything in the context of a big fat troll. Come on, go. Yeah, this time we need to watch where we're stepping. I don't know if I saw where this was spawning in from. I mean, that's another little glitch trick, I think. We can't just run into the Muncher, I don't think. It will just be crushing. Interestingly enough, with an on-off switch and with damage, I wonder if the Muncher can actually get you through to that door that is above the on-off blocks if you kind of dump the power on top and ride it. Got that money, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay. Through here we go. And we've run into that multiple times at this point. Oh, you need to actually watch your step. What? Yeah, I guess because I don't exactly see whether that's triggered by time or by proximity. We play around it. Also because it's one of those things where I didn't see it the first time. I got past it successfully, so I never actually properly processed what it was we were doing right. Let's go back and check that. And then, yeah, I got that money. I'm doing fine. I haven't been playing nearly enough of this game lately. Last week I was... Hang on. Reading the chat death. Last week I was going to run this at a regular time, and I actually just slept clear through it. That was... I was off stream, so things have been pretty busy. But... And we will not be here next weekend either, because I've got a couple of other important things going on, so... And then after that is Zelda, so, you know, the amount of Mario Maker we've been able to put in this spring has been pretty limited. But that's why we're hoping to do a big catch-up for the rest of the stream. Yeah, imagine that getting sleep is important from time to time. I got that money. Try your maker code if the level code doesn't work, because Warp World has been failing on a lot of new uploads lately. And we really should replace it with a new bot, but I just haven't had time to deal with that stuff. Oh. Whoops. That's what happens when I'm reading your comment about Sherlock Holmes. Let's not start over. That's only in more of the recent portrayals of Sherlock Holmes, though, right? Like in either the Cumberbatch series or the Robert Downey Jr. feature films. I don't think Holmes was traditionally that loquacious. At least not openly so. Because, you know, in the books everything would be reported by Watson anyway. I think I just need to wait for it, right? Like, how was it I dodged that the first time? Was it just because I jumped, or was it that I waited for it to spawn without bumping into it? I need to look at it again. Well, there's another one that's just called viewerlevels.com. It has some better queuing features, and it works more reliably, but I would need to redo a couple of things like my overlay and reconfigure a bunch of stuff. I have not been working on the back end of my stream for some time, because I'm still way overdue to update emotes and the rest. Facing the wrong way, I didn't grab that. Oh, whoops. Same thing here. Yeah, Zelda is going to eat up a lot of time. That's my feeling about it as well. And I've actually been trying to cram the remainder of Fire Emblem Engage before then, because that's also an extremely long game. I'm actually at the very end of the DLC for Fire Emblem now. I think maybe one chapter away. But I have to find time to stream it, because it's one of those things where, like, I was cramming it hard because I realized, you know, you have to get it done before Zelda, or it's just not getting done. And I'm in the same situation with Future Redeemed as well, where I had a wonderful time with Xenoblade 3 last year. I actually never got the DLC pass because I was waiting to see if it would have a physical release like Tornado Golden Country did for Xenoblade 2. And it apparently didn't, which means that even if I do get the expansion pass for Xenoblade 3, I have all the other expansion pass content to play through. First, we keep doing this. I know it's there, and I keep running into it. Let's... And it's some kind of glitch spawn, isn't it? Because I don't see that as being dumped from any location. I think it's... Oh, whoops. It's definitely some kind of glitch spawn. If I'm reading it correctly, because I don't see where that spring is coming from. Once the switch state changes to spring can't spawn. Yeah, so we're just... Yeah, that's why I didn't run into it the first time, and I actually never... figured that out. Yeah, that's why we just never saw it prior to that. And then we need to go fast before the muncher becomes an issue. There we go. And then... we need to activate that once, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure. And yeah, no Xenoblade 3 spoilers. No, we won't spoil it, don't worry. I was quite slow about getting through Xenoblade 3 last year as well, so I had already spent months telling people not to spoil it, because a number of my viewers were way ahead of me. I think it took me about 4 months to play through last year. So... yeah, Torna was kind of in an interesting situation, and let's not start over, in that I think the physical card, which I have, it's, I think it actually sold quite poorly at first. It had a low print run, but they didn't really move units for it because, you know, it's just an obscure little thing to be selling an expansion to an existing game as a physical card. Because I remember it was widely available for months and months, and I picked up Torna months after the cart released, and of course it became the super valuable item once the initial print run was over, and especially because people realized, A, this is Nintendo, and buying physical is never a bad idea, and B, that this is actually a very well-regarded piece of Xenoblade content. Actually, a wonderful piece of Xenoblade content. Okay, so you can do that, and then what? Then you can go through this door. But would we want to do that with the off-state? Or with the on-state? We're about to find out. Okay, so you can do that. So the off-state works well enough, except we have to go fast. Let's see. Yeah, you needed 3 weeks to finish it if you're talking about base game Xenoblade 2. Yeah, I spent months. Because I just don't have the time to play that I used to. And it was one of those where I specifically didn't stream Xenoblade 3 because I was thinking... the Xenoblade games are long enough that if I just confine myself to streaming hours, I will never ever finish them. Whoops. Yeah. And it turned out to be even longer than I expected, that's the thing. Based on my experience with the previous Xenoblade games. I didn't expect 3 to be as huge as it was. Which is saying something, because you always expect a Xenoblade game to be massive, right? And yeah, past a certain point, I don't even think of it as side content or main content. It does that wonderful thing that Breath of the Wild also does, which is that everything feels relevant. And everything just feels like the mainline experience. Let's activate this first, because I think off-state is fine here. We'll get another POW. And then we need to go fast. Whoop! Interesting fake out. That it kind of dips instead of letting you down to the door. I see, that's probably a change in the track pattern, isn't it? Because of how that's loaded. So perhaps we do want the on-state so the track pattern is not like that. Unless we're supposed to follow it through to the scroll brick, which may be the case. And yeah, Kusai, welcome. Yeah, honestly, got that money. I'm fine if it is many years before we see a Xenoblade 4. When Xenoblade 3 was first announced, I think my first reaction was, oh no, I cannot budget an extra 100 hours this year. But then it turned out to be my favorite one in the series, so no regrets there. Okay, let's try this with the on-state to see if the track pattern is going to differ in a meaningful way. It is not, because it is going to do that to you anyway. But we do need to jump then. We need to jump all the way to the left and then jump back to the right. Just to have a stable platform to stand on. Yeah, because you end up with the off state once you come through the door anyway, so that doesn't make a difference, as far as I can tell. So yeah, because we were just talking about how none of us have picked up Future Redeemed yet. I know a number of my other regular viewers who tend to come on later, they are telling me on the Discord that we're playing it. Yeah, Future Redeemed, I don't think I'll get to it until after Zelda. I was kind of looking at it and thinking, okay, it's being released on less than a week's notice. Under most circumstances, I would try to cram it, but the thing is, I'm also cramming the end of the Fire Emblem Engage expansion right now, and so I realized I have no time. And I don't have time to do it justice, so... Okay, at last, CP2. So yeah, Future Redeemed is one of those things that will just have to wait for me. Okay, so you can only do that so many times before you're punished for it. That's fine. Yeah, I'm hoping that I won't just have YouTube recommendations spoil Xenoblade 3 for me, because I load up so much Xenoblade music on YouTube from time to time. That's something that may very well happen. Okay, so you load the P-switch first, then you jump on it on your way up, or you pick it up. Now we know. And yeah, I got that money, not just the money, but also the time that... You know, I was looking at the release schedule for this year, and I was thinking... We have Fire Emblem in January, we have Zelda in May, this is going to be a disaster. And much as I liked Octopath 1, Octopath 2 will just have to wait. And then all the word of mouth started coming in with just how beloved Octopath 2 seems to be. Oh yeah, we actually need a place to stand on for this. Okay, we need to jump it on the way up. I should have remembered that, actually. And I'd love to play it. Maybe we'll get to it in a year or two. It took me the better part of a year to get to Triangle Strategy. I played it in December and January, and absolutely adored it, by the way. Triangle Strategy I thought was just phenomenal. But that kind of gives you a sense of what my lead time is right now. That okay, it seemed like I didn't manually stop. I ran into something there. Or at least it seemed that way. Maybe I was supposed to back up out of that and then let the fish pass and then continue to run. Let's go back and see. Definitely a few unexpected moments here. Possibly I was supposed to grab the mushroom. No, I can't because it's a one-tile affair here. Get through these obstacles. So what was going on here? Yeah, so you get trapped there for some reason. I think I actually have to stand maybe on top of the... No, we just need to back out and let it drop it, and then we run. Because there is some kind of a hidden obstacle there that I think will probably deactivate once the P-switch expires. But it does mean we need to be on the left side of the P-blocks first. Okay. So we back up. Now we go. Oh, okay, so some kind of temporary block then. Because look at this, I'm actually stuck here too, so there's some kind of weird collision here that is coming down through the central column. That is also very well disguised. And yeah, Three Houses is a wonderful game. And King Dragoon, I've actually had the 13 Sentinels cart sitting around for about the past year as well. I picked it up at the same time as Triangle Strategy, and it took me, like I said, about a year to play Triangle Strategy, and we'll see when I can actually get around to 13 Sentinels as well. But yeah, this has been the worst first half of the year backlog I have ever had in video games, and partly that's a function of how little time I've had. Does fire come back up? It does, except I stop it. That doesn't help me though, there's nothing to wait for here. Okay, now we know. You finished your masters, congratulations, got that money. So you have your free time while you job hunt. Yeah, well done. That's definitely a nice thing to get out of the way. Oops. All the audio for 13 Sentinels was done at home during the pandemic. I didn't realize that. Yeah, so there's an on-off switching mechanism here that controls this gate. There's a very narrow window to walk through here. And you could hear the switches activate when that occurred. So we need to not get trapped inside the donut blocks as far as I know. What did we just come through here? Yeah, because maybe we need to get a key coin and then come back into this room. Boss. Very suspicious. Okay, here's a glitch Bowser. That was a lot of glitching. I guess we're supposed to jump on top of the fire at some point, or even just exit the shell to go up top. Haven't seen a troll boss in quite some time. Game audio cut out. Yeah, let me fix that. Thank you for letting me know. We've been doing okay up to this point, but we'll fix it. And just give me a moment here. We'll repair it. This is not as much of a problem as it used to be. We've managed to mitigate it somewhat, but it does occasionally happen. It's been a lot better in the last few weeks, though. Okay, hopefully this works. Let's try it again. Okay, should be back. Now let's proceed. But yeah, like I was saying, the situation is that, for me anyway, Future Redeemed is going to have to wait until after Zelda. It's just not going to happen otherwise. And as well as the rest of a massive backlog that I've been amassing. Partly is because, you know, the games I've been playing have all been so incredibly long. It seems like we're supposed to stop the on-off switch. I think we're supposed to jump on top of fire using the bone shell. Where am I? Can't see where I'm standing. Yeah, I want to drop on top of this. I would like to jump on top of fire here, so we can stop the on-off switch. That might not be the answer anyway, though, so... but it's doable, which makes me think that we should at least try it. Now, let's try it without then. Go back in the door. Well, yeah, we were going to, except we despawned a shell now, and which is specifically why the level was encouraging you to run this far. I expected that would happen. But the placement of the on-off switch is such that I feel like it probably is possible to jump on top of a falling flame and stomp the switch. I don't know what it does. It probably isn't part of the intended sequence, given that the execution barrier would be unusual. But from a playtesting perspective, I mean, I'm not necessarily going to be the one to check it, but I think it is something worth checking. Or maybe it's just bait. Yeah, go back in the door. Most likely hits automatically when you enter a room. Maybe so. As part of the whole offset mechanism. Look at that Boom Boom running over as well. With all the Lemmy balls trailing behind. That's kind of a neat little idea. Now, Super Mario World Boom Boom. Yeah, he's just going to stay there, right? So. Let's back through here. We have to lose this shell, and then we have the goal. Okay, great. Alright, thank you for that. For the GGs, that was a fun one. I still have to say that the Wiggler giving birth has to be the MVP moment of this level. But a lot of interesting little technical showpieces here in terms of troll mechanics that I don't often see, probably because Nintendo nukes them all the time. But thanks for sending that along. My pleasure to play it. And thanks to everybody else for waiting so patiently. Never gonna give you up. Are you never going to let us down, or... I don't think they're here anymore, but I'll just give them a minute to respond in case Switch is not really giving me correct information about who is available in the chat. Yeah, they let us down and turned around and, yeah, it ran around and hurt us, rather. Anyway, let's see who's gonna be here. I was just kind of interested to see what the bot would spit out in response to that. There is a character limit on Twitch, unfortunately, such that if you try to get the bot to write complete sonnets or whatever, you won't be able to see the whole thing. Anyway, who's next after that? Oh, yeah, King Dragoon, you're next. I actually didn't move the other entry properly. Let me just do that. Make sure the current list is up to date. Anyway, let's bring up the code. Now, which one did you say you wanted to see? Probably the latest one, right? Yeah, I think it doesn't know the difference between a dragon and a dragoon, or just didn't expect you to be asking it about dragoons. Anyway. Which always makes me think about the Protoss Dragoons in StarCraft, just scrambling about with their huge yellow legs and unable to path around each other. So I assume that you want me to see Preparation in the Sky, which is the latest upload. Yeah, newest upload, please. And we'll take a look. Maybe our first actual platforming today, now that I think about it. Whoops. I was busy looking at where this wanted me to throw, and I see, onto conveyor belt. I see it now. We totally missed. Because Goomba was supposed to go to the conveyor belt, and I think I overshot, right? Looks like it. We probably weren't supposed to stop that a second time. That was supposed to hit the on-off switch. Yeah, so I'm just throwing high consistently. Oh, I see. No, because the spiny wall is going to be in the way, and or did we just hit the muncher? I think we just hit the muncher. There we go. Much better. And then we need a bit more momentum going into that, obviously. There's a bonus room hidden in the level. We'll try to keep an eye out for it. Interesting door up front, incidentally. That drops you down into this segment. We'll see what that's all about. Okay, much better. Except, seems like maybe we were just a little slow getting towards that because the Goomba had already walked too far to the left. Maybe. Whoops, we don't want to hit too many moles with objects, obviously. Oh. Or walls with my face. Yeah, so that's interesting. There's a one-way panel that is in the top left above this, which looks kind of like it's reachable with a shell jump if you want to do that with a shell. You know, for people who are feeling especially fancy. That has got to be it, though, right? Like, if you're thinking about a secret path, that looks like the obvious thing to do. I'm not very good at shell jumps, but we'll try that just because shell jumps may not be my forte, but seeing hidden paths might be. So we know in theory that that's the bonus room. We'll try it when we're finished with throwing Goombas in the wrong direction. We'll give it a few tries. Shell jumps pointing left are mysteriously harder than shell jumps pointing right, but then most things in platforming are like that. For some reason, going right to left is maybe unfamiliar when it comes to spacing. And part of it, I think, is just because, you know, there's so many hidden things about going left to right that you just become accustomed to in Mario, especially things like camera placement. But yeah, surprising how difficult a right to left shell jump can be. See, we don't quite have the spacing. I'm a little close to the wall, I think. But we'll try it. I'd like to see it. There we go. 1-ups for Endless. And we are trapped here, so we do need to go through this route. Oh, okay, so it's just 1-ups for Endless. It's not a separate room or anything. That Buzzy shell was about to wake up on me. That was maybe a little bit frightful. Yeah, I guess we had a limited amount of time there for the Buzzy shell that time, simply because we... Right, because the Buzzy shell gets set up immediately, so you actually do have a bit of time pressure. Whoops. When you first spawn into the room, be it from the door or just at the beginning. And it's on screen, so you can see that that's the case, so it's not exactly a surprise. then we didn't quite make it over, but that gives you a much better sense of what the timing is supposed to be before the Goomba gets up and starts walking. So basically there's no time to delay, simply because you have some time-sensitive elements like the shells and the Goombas that will wake up after a certain tardiness. You were telling me something about a jump. I'll read it in just a moment when we're not also platforming. You made that jump with a shell jump off the top right wall, but that looks easier. Okay, interesting. I didn't even consider that. Off the top right wall. Oh, I see. So you would fire the shell as you're jumping over, and then you would kind of hang left? If I understand you correctly? I would not have considered that. Oops. Yeah, because the door at the front and the one-way panel are kind of instantly suspicious, right? But perhaps secret rooms in this genre are uncommon enough that people might not necessarily keep their eyes peeled for it if they didn't hear from you in advance, but I probably would have noticed regardless. It's just that, you know, a lot of people, they might just write it off as, oh, this must be a dev door or something. Or some kind of troll exit that kicks you back. But no, it's pretty easy to see and understand, I think. It's very intuitive. Yeah, I need to hold a folder jump out of the spiny. I keep getting thrown off a little bit by watching the Goomba's wiggle timing there. Yeah, we just can't spend as long getting here. Oh, we just need a higher bounce for it to toggle the on-off switch, which will kill the Muncher, because that was my first time properly reading that and seeing that the Muncher is over top of some blue blocks that are going to be activated. Yeah, so I don't know exactly... We need to jump, spin jump obviously on top of the bomb, but I don't know exactly at what point horizontally you activate a track, but obviously the player does have to go fast. That is a requirement here. Okay, just stay nice and low. And all the timing will just kind of work out naturally. And I was trying to spin jump there, but we slipped off before I was able to do that. Okay. There we go. Much better. But then... Ah, I see. The airship camera bob was actually what got me there, because I didn't see the track and I didn't realize the platform would come up. I guess maybe we did have a brief window in which I could have seen the track, but I wouldn't have known whether that was something relevant to me or just part of a setup, right? So, in terms of visibility, I think the airship camera kind of messed with that setup unnecessarily. Without the airship camera bob, I think it's perfectly clear. But that's just one of the unfortunate things about this theme. The other unfortunate thing about the airship camera is that, you know, it's one of those things where I don't think I've really even seen people use it well in terms of finding some kind of application to salvage it for some interesting mechanic. I feel like it's one of those things in Mario Maker that's still unexploited when it comes to makers finding something they can do with this engine. You should pick up the shell on the way up and then throw it. I do see that. No, there's a mole there. We can jump it. We can jump it. For the shell pickup. Up we go, and I have been trying to spin jump, I'm just late. Consistently late. and then we need to get on top of the snake block first? I'm not sure. I see the Z there for a spin jump, but the sequence is a little unclear to me so far. We'll get back there and we'll see if I can visualize my landing point any better. It might once again be that I'm just slow and not catching a platform that's available. If, for instance, the blue platform is still coasting along on various tracks. Maybe it was supposed to be available at that moment, and I just didn't see. I mean, I can tell that the level is kind of built with the expectation that the player will understand that it has to go fast. And yeah, B. Suzuki, that's what I'm saying, is that, you know, most things that are just kind of strange about behaviors in Mario Maker that the player can't control very much, I've seen most things salvaged into something interesting, but nobody, I think, has made the airship camera above look anything other than terrible. Okay, so that's what the spin jump is for. I think we have to get on top of the blue block first and then spin jump down to the spike ball. Yeah, you never really use the airship theme. That's the unfortunate thing, is that the airship theme, especially here in Super Mario World, is aesthetically pretty gorgeous. I think it speaks very well for Maker 2 that a lot of the... well, Maker 1 and 2, that a lot of the original themes that have been developed for the Mario Maker series, just to fill in the missing themes in the various game styles, they feel very second nature to me now. The aesthetics are familiar, the music is familiar, everything about them just looks great now, and to the point that I occasionally forget these are not in the original games. But yeah, that's definitely a caveat with the airship theme, is that unfortunately, as a designer, you do have to work around the camera bob, otherwise you do get issues with blindness. Snake block sends that over, but then I'm still unclear whether I should land there or land on the blue. I mean, the blue block is only there as a temporary landing point to begin with, right? So perhaps I do go down there, but we'll see if we can make that work. Whoops, that's not it. Yeah, because blue comes off, and the Z is marked there, so I feel like the timing works out that if you spin jump off of the blue block at the right time, then you should be able to land on top of the spike ball cleanly without having to worry too much about the placement, but it is when the blue block activates that the spike ball spawns in the first place. And yeah, I got that money. Like you were saying, the winter themes are great. And Airship Night theme is wonderful mechanically as well. Very uniquely useful. And yeah, we still need a full jump coming out of that. I always hedge a little bit because I'm unsure about my placement over that Goomba, but there we go. Then we have to go right away. Oh, I just missed. Okay. Well, except there is a space-dependent interaction there by the looks of it. Well, I actually don't know what triggered it. I don't think I saw it. If it's done by your placement on the horizontal axis where it triggers when you're going over to the blue block, I guess... Yeah, the reason that would be unclear to me is because it totally looks like the blue block down below is a safe landing zone. And if it's only being used to obstruct then maybe it needed something like a... Like, I don't know if the timing still works out if it has something like a muncher on top of it that needs to drop out first before the pipe spawns something. Or if you even have the entity space for that, but that's the first thing that would occur to me as a potential fix. Yeah, I see, because you are supposed to land on the snake block and then spin jump over to the left. But the marker was low, so I thought, okay, maybe I can go down low, and then I didn't realize that it was a proximity trigger for the on-off activation. You couldn't get that to look good and also work properly, yeah. If that's what you were talking about, I am kind of skimming the chat. You need to go from mold to blue platform, and yeah, it's one of those things where as much as I think, you know, often Mario Maker I think is actually over-indicated, in that case that is a good instance of where you did need the Z to go somewhere because of the fact that you have the spike ball spawn happen so quickly, and it is going to come out at the player in a way that is otherwise blind. And then, yeah, we're throwing too early. Or too late, really. We should be throwing on our way up. One thing you'll notice about my playing when it comes to object handling is that I have quite poor habits when it comes to holding jump through an object throw. Which in many cases is what you're supposed to do. You know, you hold the jump button and let go on your way up. But playing actual Mario never really enforced that as a habit, and so I never actually had to do that until I started playing more advanced levels of Mario Maker. So the muscle memory still isn't completely familiar, even after so many hours of playing this game. But yeah, because as you can see, I'm kind of letting up on the jump prematurely instead of doing a full jump into that to go all the way over to the snake block. Even though I do know at this point that that's the intended path. I feel like the only thing that's needed there is some way of establishing to the player that you should not be jumping down to the blue block. But like I said, I don't know if the timing still works if you do something like load an additional muncher on top of it. Or even if you have the budget to do that. You got lots of munchers going already. There we go. Except we need to jump on that for long enough that we need to wait for the snake block to come back. That's something I didn't quite realize. Because I was looking at the one-way panels and thinking, oh, I guess there's some urgency to get out of there. But nope, the one-way panels are there just to keep you in line until the snake block becomes available. Whoops, slipped right off. Yeah, because you basically just jump up and down and have the one-way panels prevent issues with the parachute, which is very considerate. As jumping on top of parachuting objects is... Whoops. I am hitting spin jump, I'm just hitting it late. I'm slipping off the platform in advance, which is kind of a bad habit, but probably because I'm not compensating for the snake block's movement to the right, that I keep thinking I have a little more time to press the button for spin jumping, and instead I'm just straight up missing it. Same with this platform here. Yeah, because I'm kind of pointing left so I can spin jump to the left, and that's taking me too long. If I landed further along the snake block, that resolves that issue. But because I'm landing on the left edge there, that doesn't give me enough room to hang back comfortably. So we just need to land further. do a cleaner spin jump out of that to get back onto the spike block, which, because of the parachute, I'll have plenty of time to actually do the landing. There we go, much cleaner. And just a little bit slow there. You're supposed to go... I don't know if you're supposed to go mole first or switch first, but we'll get back there and we'll see. It looks like mole first, but I'm not 100% on that, just given the placement. Okay, that felt a lot cleaner. Yeah, it has to be switch first, actually. You have enough room on the snake block to do it? I wasn't quite sure if that was the case, but it's quite clear to me now. Because you need the mole below for a clean landing. And we will do it that way. Whoops. And up we go. Yeah, now that I know the proper spacing for it, it feels a lot better, and that's the goal. Glad we didn't hit the spikes on the net at the very end. I only saw them after I was past them, so... But it worked out pretty cleanly, so thank you for the GG and for the first clear on this version. Hope that was a useful run. B Suzuki. Oops. An S or a 5? I think that's a 5, right? Okay. And yeah, I'm glad the test was helpful. B Suzuka's second most recent one. Alright, 2 checkpoints. You may have to translate the title from the Portuguese. I think it looks like Portuguese. But it's telling me that's easy, right? So, 2 checkpoints. Yeah, description says easy level. That I know. That I understood. Now we need to press this. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That you use Small Mario to press the block, but then pressing the block gives it the collision for the spike ball to break it. Very neat. And then we need to obviously spin jump on top of that to get over, which we'll do. Title is something like lowering the balls, yeah. Okay, so we need to hit the on-off switch first to get the spike ball over into the correct location. And then we know the collision there is going to be safe. Okay. Then we hit this first. And then we hit the power after that. Very neat. And then we hit this again. Alright, so that's going to get bounced once we change the conveyor direction. And then we need to run along with it. Behind it? Probably behind. And we need to race it. Or not. We need to get ahead of it. Because getting ahead of it is the only way we'll break that. Okay, so now we know. But how do we get ahead of it if... Okay, so no, it just needs to be kind of in the middle of the spike ball track, and we need to jump over it while we're running with it, I think. Okay, there we go. Very cool. Let's continue. Then we'll use the night theme to let it follow us. But first we need the on-off switch. Drag it over, drag it back. Let's actually do the ground pound for once. Whoa, there we go. It's going to follow us over. We need to hit this first and then go around. We'll need to pull it over, I think. Okay. Whoa. Just trying to pull back there, but we were just a little bit slow. We'll drag it back. Conveyor belt's preventing it from breaking. Hit this guy, and then down we go. And then drag it back. And then we do need to toggle this. Toggle this, and we need to run all the way around while it breaks everything for us here. And it's going to bounce back, so there's no particular urgency here, but we'll take that. And we're through. We can use the snake block, perhaps, to push. But then I think that's likely to require a reset. We're given a lot of vines to go back to a reset door for that reason. That will have multiple reset opportunities because we are supposed to escort this all the way across. Which does mean that I need to position myself in such a way that we can continue to drag the spike ball back and forth over the snake block platform. So for instance, no, it needs to go right. We're doing that. So we probably need to drag it to the left first, then come over here, then activate, and then make sure it can tail us. Yeah, so we'll drag it over here first. Then we run over. Then we continue. And then we just control its position. That was the right idea, but we were a little bit slow. And we'll just have to fix that. We just jump immediately, and I think that gives us more or less the timing that we need. Whoops. We've done that a little better here. Nope, I was trying to wall jump off of that. Didn't quite make it. But yeah, interesting that there is kind of a fast way to do this. That there's some flexibility when it comes to how quickly you engage with a mechanic. Whoops, this way, if you please. We do need to drag this, but not too far. And then, oh, we have a limited amount of time to actually run over, and we're going to miss it. I realized that a little bit too late. That it would have to be the snake block that is giving me a platform. Whoops. Oh, no. And then, yeah, at that point you have to reset. That's the first time we've missed one of those, probably because it's the first time we've risked that happening with a question block rather than just a regular brick. So let's tap and go. Whoops. Wasn't expecting it to slow down that soon, but we really should have. Oh, nope. Missed the ground pound. It started it a bit low. And luckily, the ball picks up plenty of speed to catch up to you if it is near the edge. Kind of like that. It's just barely able to do that. Let's go. Great, plenty of time. And I'm sure we'll get to not break anything. We'll get some 1-ups for Endless. And that's it. Whoops. Never mind. Okay, thank you for the GG, and especially for the level. That was a very unique one. We've seen maybe a similar mechanic before, but not one that was activated in the same way, where it was kind of dependent on Small Mario doing the ground pounds. It's something that's also very specific to the NSMB style as well, where the ground pounds are available, so definitely a very interesting discovery there, mechanically. Mark that as a win and move on. Sir Schlecht, that would be the second attempt on the puzzle level we saw earlier. We can do that. For those who join us late, let me see if Sir Schlecht is actually here, first of all. Yeah, this was the puzzle level that we did at the top of the stream. If Sir Schlecht is not here right now, we'll actually hold it. I told him that we would go back to it, but if he's not present right now, we'll make sure we do the levels by the people who are present first. Since it is something that's kind of in progress, and it is going to take a while. In 3D World, it works with bonsai and bullet bills instead of spike balls. That's interesting. Right, because of the explosion effect. Alright, let's do Got That Money first then, since you're here, and since you have all the time in the world now that Master's Thesis is out of the way. And let me know if it's the latest one or if it's something else. The latest one unplayed, I mean, I guess that's likely to be the case here. We're quite behind with your list, actually. We're several levels behind. Bloopers, Gelectros, and Cheep Cheeps come in heaps in this waterway. Okay. 5 big coins, as always. Yeah. Big Yoshi coins, as we'd like to imagine. And then it had been such a long time since I had heard the SMB3 jellyfish properly referred to as Gelectros. I had completely forgotten that. I'm usually pretty good about remembering the original game manual names of everything. Oops. Yeah, but I'm glad they were the spike replacement in this theme. Water themes in this game just really bringing their best aesthetically. Whereas the other one-tile spikes in Mario Maker still don't look quite right to me to this day. Okay. There we go. Lots of path selection that we can do here. Oh, this looks like a hard mode of some sort, which means we'll do it, but I'll switch auto-toggled in that location. Oh, whoops. Look at that, dying to the precision segment. Not even really a super precision segment, but, you know, just enough to cause problems. If we're big, I don't think we're getting through that. Whoops. Oh, problem solved. You had to look up the Gelectro name, yeah. Definitely seems like one of those that has kind of dropped out of common knowledge. Whoops. It occurs to me I still don't know, or, well, not, I wouldn't say don't know, but I haven't quite internalized a lot of newer enemy names. I was replaying NSMB on DS, actually, just a few weeks ago. And did it to 100% for the first time in probably a decade and a half. And of course, there were the... Case in point, the big long legs creatures, like the spider creatures that kind of flip over themselves from NSMB Wii, which were very prominently featured as the NSMB representative in the Super Mario film. I could never remember their name either. I know it, it's just way in the back of my head. And case in point, I don't remember it right this minute. It's kind of nice how, you know, a lot of Mario enemies that were introduced in more recent games, like a lot of them just immediately felt like a good fit. Like most of the cast of 3D World, for instance. It's remarkable to think about how recent things like Bitty Bugs actually are, given that they feel like such a 3D Mario staple at this point. Oops. Anyway, yeah, we're short here. We should poke it from this side, perhaps. Or rather, we're too tall here. We would have an easier time if short. Which is what I meant to say. Well, we have a coin. Do we have a key door? Yes, we do. And that's just a neat little bonus room that's just embedded into everything else around it, which is kind of nice to see. Whoops. Oh, yeah. He's swimming up towards Gelectros that are up above. And we can, of course, go up, whoops, that shaft up above, even though perhaps we didn't demonstrate it very well. Okay. Checkpoint. Forward to the pipe, right? I always forget. Yeah, whenever I hit a checkpoint, I sometimes instinctively assume that I'm going left or right from that point, and sometimes I get it wrong, so... Well... Over here, that looks like it's probably some kind of power-up, yeah. It's always satisfying when I... Oops, that's not satisfying, but it's always satisfying when I can just... understand the... kind of Nintendo-style language of a traditional level well enough to know when something like a power-up or a one-up is coming. And we'll get another frog suit anyway, so all is not lost. Whoops. And we can do this little maze here. Again, have to be cautious about going up, because seeing jellyfish from off camera, swimming up is maybe not the easiest thing. Lots of little coins here, yeah, just little collectibles in the coral reef. Yeah, if this is supposed to be a kind of makeshift coral reef, by the way, definitely beautiful design. Very pretty to look at. Whoops. Of course, having the frog suit makes this kind of passage much more approachable. Just need to watch the track here, perhaps. And there we go. And we're pretty close to the goal at this point, as far as I can tell. So, one up for the road. And it's going to be all the way up from here, so. Thank you for that. I hope we saw much of it. I'd actually lost count of the big coins, and I don't think we got them all, but we managed to show off a fairly big chunk of the level, I think. So. Yeah, I got 4. Well, and there was the one passage early on that I didn't really make a second attempt on, right? The first passage that I was trying to swim through. But yeah, thanks for passing me to first clear. Difficulty was fine. The only thing is that I tended to bump my head when swimming up towards something off camera quite a bit. That is partly just poor reaction time on my part, I think. And of course, there were a few locations where if you are Super Mario and you're 2 tiles high, it is actually slightly more challenging to do safely, but you know, this level is fairly gentle when it comes to giving you a sizable buffer of power-ups. Kusai, if you're still here, we'll do you first and then go back to the Search Select puzzle level after that, since he doesn't seem to be here to check in. I don't think you went too much on them. It's not a matter of there being too many or too few or whatever. I think the placement is fine. It's more swimming up towards them off camera. Like, obviously, when you're swimming, if you don't have something like the frog suit, you preserve a certain amount of momentum. The course correction isn't necessarily going to be very quick and snappy. And so it is possible to just whack your head without really reacting in time. That's the only thing I can think of that would potentially be a bit of a pain point there, but it's not really that avoidable, I think. And of course, you know, the player just is loaded with enough power-ups that will hopefully be a lesson they learn ahead of time. Yeah, so I'm going to wait for Kusai to check in here. If Kusai is not here, then we'll go back to the Search Select puzzle level and just grind it out. And of course, anybody who wants to send me more material, you're quite welcome to. But we're going to go back to the puzzle as promised. Unless, of course, we receive new submissions right away, which you're quite welcome to do so. Welcome, Clary. So let's just head back to the puzzle, and that'll be our queue filler. You just uploaded a level as multiplayer, okay. Yeah, we've done multiplayer levels on the stream before, but usually it takes a little bit of rearrangement to actually put together properly. And because recently we've been doing some multiplayer puzzles as part of some puzzle contests. I got that money. Since you're here, we'll just do another one of yours, actually. We can definitely do that. Since these are relatively short and traditional, and we might as well just get through the list. You don't even need to worry about the bot too much. We'll just go down the list while you're here and get caught up, since, as I said before, I think this will be my last day of viewer levels for at least a little bit, because we're not here next week, and after that is, of course, Zelda. So it might be a few weeks before I really get to run a big queue, so let's see as much as we can. Natcat, welcome. Sandstorm ascent. A sandstorm rages across this ridge. Double arrow means run and jump with the wind. We'll do that. Okay. Yeah, little bridge there telling me that this will not just fall down. We should actually check the pipe, but let's check the question block first, since the pipe actually does seem like the main exit. Hey, one up. Oops, and here we go. So, judging by the numbering, this is tuned to be part of your world too. And we would, of course, have to wait for the wind to dissipate to get up to the 30 coin, which we'll do. Let's wait for this one. Then wait once again before we do anything too reckless. There's probably something on the right side that we missed just now as well. And yeah, there's a bunch on the right side. Let's wait for the wind and just ride it out. Indeed, that gets me something. Alternate path, in fact. Unless that's just the ending. Okay, that is the ending of that segment. I wasn't quite sure because I was looking at the wind and thinking, oh, maybe that's something optional that was tucked out of the way, but nope, looks like it is the main route. Unless there's more than one. Yeah, of course here, that's where the double arrow is telling you to ride with the wind. Let's just wait for it, and of course, kind of risk-free if you have a power-up. Just run it anyway, which makes me wonder if there will be some reason to keep the fire flower for a little bonus later on, but now we won't know because we lost it. But down here, no. Okay. Now we'll just wait a moment here. Whoop. Saw that one coming. I see. Yep. That's what's going to happen if you're not careful. Sort of thought that would be the risk factor there, but also notice there is a lower path down below. Did I actually see that? I don't know if I did. Let's try it. An ACAT, I've been alright. I've been quite busy. That's... hopefully things will settle down a little bit. Yeah, so the plant kind of discourages you from going too early. I guess if you have a fire flower, you can just nuke it and then it's not an issue, right? And we did see previously that preserving the fire flower was something potentially worth doing. Either that or we just take damage here and go like that. Yeah, if you don't have the fire flower, then damage seems to be the way to go. You have enough invincibility frames that you can do it. Oh, Kusa, I didn't realize you were still here. You want to re-add to the bond, that'd be okay. I think I had actually removed you. Put yourself back in, feel free to. Yeah, I'm a long-time Advance Wars fan. I have not played the new Reboot Camp remake yet, because frankly it's one of those things that I just didn't have time for. I will hopefully get to it later in the year. I've had my hands, tactics-wise, I've had my hands very full with Fire Emblem, so... we've been streaming Fire Emblem on and off for the past 3 months. And I'm almost done. I think I'm at the very end of the DLC. so maybe 1 or 2 more streams will do it. But it does mean other things like Advance Wars have been on the back burner. Advance Wars was actually what got me into Fire Emblem in the first place. Because, you know, like many people in the... I didn't account for the wind again, and I didn't account for the deflection off the wall, specifically, off the screen edge. Like many players in the West, I was first aware of Fire Emblem via Smash Melee. I had no idea what it was. And then I realized it was actually literally just a more perfectionistic and RPG-flavored Advance Wars, and I have been hooked on it ever since. And yeah, exactly. Zelda is quite close, and I've been postponing a lot of other games because I need to clear space around Zelda. Okay, let's actually try to get this safely if we can. That was not safe, but okay, we'll take it. Yeah, there's always a little bit of waiting for the wind to get in order, but maybe there's a speedy way through that catches the optimal cycles. Which we will not see because we've made a bit of a mess of this, but yeah, there's plenty to explore in this one. And as far as the tuning goes for something that's early World 2, I think it's perfectly fine. So, Kusai, since you came back, let's do yours. I only have Search Lex in the queue because it was the level that we told him we'd go back to complete later. You're 27 levels into your Super World, yeah. And I mean, I haven't been tracking which numbers are missing, but here we are. Mad Cat, you're saying I'm ready to play the new Zelda. I wouldn't say I'm ready. In fact, I've had to come to accept that there's a lot that I will not get done about my... because I started a second file in Breath of the Wild last year. I started playing Master Mode in a second language, just to have a bit of a unique challenge. And, you know, with some other house rules, like no fast travel, etc. And it was fantastic, but I didn't actually do everything on the file that I wanted to yet, and I'm a long ways from actually finishing it. And I might just never finish it at this point, right? If Tears of the Kingdom just kind of completely takes over. Yeah, no, Natcat, I was playing it entirely with French voices and text, because I have just enough French to do it that way, but it would still be something that I would need to engage with very actively. But it was a kind of long-standing ambition of mine to do Breath of the Wild in a different language, just to kind of really complete that feel of traveling to an entirely different country. Because you made 3 new levels if I want to choose from them. You've got a spiky ship. Oh, this looks like another alphabetical precision. One Piece is your uncle. I've never actually seen One Piece. Okay, they all look pretty technical precision. We might as well try any of them. They all have 0 clears. We'll see if we can do well at all. But if we don't, that's okay. We'll try to muddle through. And yeah, Breath of the Wild, when it first came out in 2017, I practically lived inside the game for a month. Okay, this is precise wall jumps off the ice. The spacing is not that bad, but we do need to come off the top and probably twirl over. I don't have nearly as much time to play as I used to, which is unfortunate. Which means that Tears of the Kingdom will probably take even longer, but One thing I learned from Breath of the Wild, though, is that with Breath of the Wild, I didn't catch on to playing it without fast travel until after I had already completed 120 shrines. And I really wished I had played that way from the start. And so when I started a new file, I started doing it that way. And you engage with all of the systems and the structure of the exploration and the contiguity of the overworld, which is the whole selling point of Breath of the Wild, much more if you do it that way. And I'm hoping that it's viable to do the same thing with Tears of the Kingdom, where, you know, we'll just turn on the Pro Camera, we'll not warp anywhere, we'll just kind of go where the terrain takes us. Even if doing certain things becomes very, very slow. Glorious. Yeah, you do need to gain a few tiles per wall jump. And then maybe do a twirl at the end to just get over that hump. Oh, whoops, that was wrong, but closer. Higher jumps. Did I turn off Shrine Seeker? On my first file, no. Interestingly enough, though, on my first file, I didn't get the advanced camera and tracking features on Ashika's Slate until I had already cleared about 112 shrines, I think. Because the thing is, I didn't go to Kakariko Village. Or rather, I didn't talk to Impa and advance the story past the tutorial until I had gotten, I think, like 110 to 112 shrines. Because that's just how I played. I had actually cleared all the Divine Beasts before I talked to Impa for the first time. And yes, of course, because this is Breath of the Wild, the game acknowledges that perfectly well. And an otter, welcome. There we go. We got the jumps, we didn't get the pee. Yeah, Bandit Otter... Can the AI beat your level? Well, we'll find out. And Sumi Mango, welcome as well. If the bot is failing on newer uploads, try your maker code. Warp World has been pretty glitchy lately when it comes to new uploads. So. And Bandit Otter, if I'm not mistaken, that's another comments on level. Been a while since I played from that series, but we'll see. You played Breath of the Wild for 10 hours and half of them hunting birds. Yeah, that's what the game is like. That looks like a long jump, actually, with a double arrow. And a long jump that hits the propeller. Propeller gets used at a P, but then you have ideally stepped on the P switch already at that point. So you step on the P switch, you long jump out of it. And then we're a little late on that. We do step on a P switch there, but died too soon. Yeah, no, I do know that's a long jump. Yeah, I've been staying entirely spoiler-free for Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't been watching the preview content or anything. But it's true that there were a lot of mounts that you didn't get to keep in Breath of the Wild. And so whenever you got one of those special mounts, whenever I did it, like when I got onto Bear or got onto Deer or whatever, or for that matter, the Lord of the Mountain, I'd actually just ride around the world for a long time and just do photo shoots and take as many screenshots as I can of riding everywhere on that glowing goat. Whoops. Or the skeletal horses, for that matter. Which, of course, I tried to stable, and got to see the unique piece of dialogue when you attempt to do that. You wish the bears had an attack button, yeah. What does that remind me of? Game with bear mounts that have an attack button. Why is that so familiar? What's the game where you do ride a bear and get to use the attack button? That sounds extremely familiar. Yeah, Zumi Mango, I will get you in manually somehow if the bot is failing. I'll make sure you get in. But if it is a recent upload, then the code will probably fail. And you should switch to trying a maker code, or just switch to a different level and just assign me to the right level once I do load you in. Okay, so we managed to get to the propeller once. This is not too difficult, this segment here. So you take damage there. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to hit the propeller, but it looks like I am, because looking at the P-switch, or rather the P-block placements there, that look like propeller markers. I think I'm actually supposed to ground pound with the propeller to get out of that location. Partly because the arrows tell me to, and partly because you probably do need to save to reboost with it. Oops. Just a little late on the long jump every time. Yeah, apparently we haven't been introduced. If anybody wants to make introductions, you're quite welcome to. Whether or not I'm viable for energy harvesting is a question I will leave as an exercise to the reader. Oops. Okay. I probably wasn't supposed to boost there. Okay, getting a bullet hat here is... Okay, we're actually way too slow. So you can't really stall there. I don't need to go right away. Nope. Yeah, interestingly enough, though, if you kind of bonk your head on the ceiling after the first boost down below, then I think you're fine from there, but you do kind of need to jump towards the bullet hats. Jump towards the bullet hat. You have enough time to get to the bullet hat, as I saw, but we do need to boost out of it instead of taking damage immediately. Because that will be the only way I can gain enough speed to actually make it past a P-switch. Which is rather precise. You're thinking I also have the long jump, yeah. Oops. Oh, I see. So maybe... no, I mean, I definitely should be using the... Or once there, though, right? Probably with the ground pound. Oops, still late. Line up without taking damage after getting the bullet hat. Probably, yeah. I mean, it seemed like the issue last time was P-switch timing anyway. Oops. Yeah, always just a little bit late on the shoulder button there. Look at that little skip squeak in the top left as well, just... doing a little jumping exercise all on its own. Nope. I wonder why it is that I consistently short on that. You need to react fairly quickly, I think, to probably do a ground pound cancel out of it, but... Apparently haven't shared any details of being an RPG master. Okay. Let's try it again. Just a tiny bit earlier on that. Yeah, maybe we're not doing enough of an edge jump there because I am kind of tripping over the edge. I mean, we can do a boost and a drop immediately if I want to preserve the propeller, but we obviously can't spend too long doing that because the P-switch timing is going to be critical, so... Nope. Yeah, we just get stuck there. Yeah, I do see the long jump marker now heading towards the bullet hat, but we obviously shouldn't be taking damage until then. So if I'm able to propel down at the bottom location, not lose the propeller hat until then maybe we can progress. Yeah, just one long jump. Well, we'll see. Maybe just a little late on the button. I am hitting the shoulder button for the long jump every time, it's just that I think we're running into the spikes first. Yeah, that time we hit the wall with that. I was trying to do propeller and ground pound quickly to get out of that, but haven't really been able to do it. Yeah, no. A little bit too long there. If we don't hit the wall, then that method actually should work. But my reaction time is still a little bit slow. Oh, nope. Hit the top corner again. Yeah, Abandoned Otter, what are you getting up to there, threatening the bot's family? That doesn't sound terribly civil. Oh, no. Almost. We just needed to drift over to the right a little bit after canceling out. That was one of the better attempts, surprisingly. Nope, not quite. Yeah, you can't take damage until you're at the top corner, and then you have enough time with the damage frames to long jump across and grab the bullet. Nope. Bad placement there for me. Seems like the long jump is just likely to bonk your head on the ceiling there too, though. But I mean, I guess at that point you are expected to have invincibility frames anyway. Nope. Again, just got caught in the corner. I love that little touch in its description of that hex code that it's an almost neon purple color. That's a very specific touch. Oops. And we're a long ways to the key. If I can get past the bullet hat and the P switch, the P block rather, after that, I'll be satisfied with our progress. Don't expect to make much further than that, not being much of a precision player. You're a fan of anything that helps to keep things organized and precise. I'm not sure a precision level does that exactly, but if only it did. Redox, welcome. Redox, you'll be happy to know the queue's still open if you want to get a level in today. You are not too late. Yeah, I actually got some sleep before my stream today because after I stream, I am planning to stay up to watch the World Chess Championship tie breaks, which are on Kazakhstan time, and the whole championship has been at a pretty unreasonable hour for me, but I've been following pretty closely. And that means that we can stay up and play a bunch of Maker until get closer to that. I am not from Kazakhstan, but the World Chess Championship currently is taking place in Astana, which means that games consistently start at like 2 p.m. Pacific, 2 a.m. Pacific, 5 a.m. Eastern, which for people who watch my stream is nothing strange. But it has been, I think, out of reach for many. They just finished the last classical game yesterday, which is why they're going to the Rapid and Blitz tiebreaks today. And it's been highly entertaining, even though, you know, I'm not a particularly strong player. I can only follow so much of it, but it is probably the most entertaining that classical chess has been. And CGD, thank you for letting me know about the audio delay. Let's reset the audio quickly in case it is getting a bit creaky, which it might be. We did have audio cut out once earlier in the stream. It's not as bad as it used to be, but a delay is usually a sign that things are kind of getting rough. So we'll try to fix that up. And Chris, I will only give this a few more attempts. I'm not really making that much progress here, but like I said, I wanted to get back to the bullet hand if I'm able to. Like we did on our first successful run to it, but let's see if we can get the audio to cooperate. Okay, so hopefully the synchronization is a bit better. Natcat, did you say at this point that you had seen the Mario film? I know that the last time we talked about it, I don't think you had. Hey, look at that. Almost. Almost. We just didn't hit the top corner. Oops. Yeah. Kind of have a bad angle that I'm floating in at. I think I'm floating a little too close around that corner. But we're making minute progress on this. Even though obviously it's going to be only a tiny fraction of what this level is all about. I guess the coins there exist for the sole purpose of transforming with P-Switch. Oops. There's 2 checkpoints. Well, seems like we're not even seeing the first one, so that's alright. I think we made a fair effort so far. Squink, welcome. Oops. Nat Cat, you only saw the very beginning. I mean, I understand that the first few minutes are available as part of the marketing on YouTube, right? If I'm not mistaken. And Squink apparently has something in Super Expert Popular. Looking forward to that. Okay, because probably just a few more attempts, and then we'll have to call it on this one. Would like to make it past the bullet hat, but we're not making very clean attempts so far. Oh, you were at the theaters, I see. And you only caught a little bit before you were called out for some kind of emergency, no doubt. Okay. Not really even making this anymore. Interesting, Banded Otter, that you managed to get that answer for its internal calendar. But I guess the bot, or at least this implementation of the bot, probably doesn't have any kind of internal storage for a data like that. It's just kind of pulling what might be a sensible answer to the question, what is the date, without necessarily having access to relevant contextual information. Although I guess it's wrong about a release date as well, so... yeah, probably just not trained on irrelevant data, or it's just making things up as it goes along. Oops. But yeah, it's there to give coherent answers to questions. Okay, so we did manage to pick up the bullet hat. We just didn't manage to keep it in bullet form and fly with it. But anyway, thank you for that. We didn't make it very far. I do want to take a look at where we were in the overall layout. But yeah, it's about a 2-minute clear check on this one. And the first corridor almost gets you to an exit from this zone, I guess. But of course we had a long, long way to go after that, so... thank you for that, Kusai. And a section in the subworld. Yeah, I see that there is a subworld. Just given a break in the action between part 1 and part 2 of the main world, so... and yeah, Netcat, that was why I missed my stream last week, actually. I was planning to do viewer levels in my usual time slot last week, and I actually just slept right through it. But it's been pretty exhausting here lately. Bandit Otter, yeah, we're bumping the Searchlight to the end. That was just a puzzle level that we started at the beginning, so we'll make sure everybody is in the current order first. So yeah, it's going to be Bandit Otter, Redux, Squink, Searchlight. And that's only if we have time to actually return to that puzzle at the end, which we might not. We were kind of most of the way through it, as far as I could tell. We have done this one, but we can pull out one of the older ones. Because we did complete it some time ago. Probably ages ago. But if there is another one in the Comments On series... Yeah, oh, maybe you weren't here when I cleared it. Maybe I did it on a puzzle backlog stream or something, because I do remember when I cleared it last year, I think. And had to pull out the VOD, perhaps. But yeah, we can do one of the previous ones. Any older level. Yeah, let me know if you have a particular suggestion. Or we can just go back through more of the Comments On puzzle series. But anything is fine, really. Let's actually go back through that series. This would take us all the way back to 2019 or 2020. Unless we want to do something that's more of a mechanical puzzle. But, you know, let's go backwards through the series. Little Puzzle Adventure 2. And I see that the Bandit Otter profile has records all across the board. So yeah, I assume this is going to be Comments On, like the other one. LPA2. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Hang on. Oh, this one was before the comment idea. Never mind then. Comments off. Yeah, Nat Cat, I have actually not seen any of the John Wick films, but I was way behind on a lot of popular cinema over the past decade. Anyway, you're in the jungle, yeah, and then I should actually pay attention to the plot. Looks like you would just need to pow the muncher while the bomb is in the air. So we'll eventually do that, but let's take a look at some more pipes. And then this looks like we would need some other object, like a spring. Although I do love how this is framed with the background art. I feel like this was definitely intentional, that this was framed over this specific part of the NSMP background in this theme. Let's check this one. And here's the POW that we were talking about earlier, as well as the spring, which would be for the previous room. Then we'll worry about the doors later. Let's just go back and do what we can. So yeah, it would be a POW hit when the bomb is in the air. Then a couple of wall jumps will do the trick, and look at that, a POW. In case it wasn't clear. Oh, I guess because if you do a vine climb, no, that doesn't move the camera. It basically just tells you, congratulations, you understood it was the POW. Let's try the other one with the trampoline. And, oh, 2 POWs there. I wonder if this is going to be some kind of code that becomes important. Because you have 6 slots here, and you have POW POW Spike. we should account for the possibility that that is actually information I will want. Let's take a look at this one again. Because maybe it is some kind of knowledge clue that becomes pertinent later on, except in order to see it, we'll have to push through the muncher again. I actually really do have to sense that as some kind of knowledge clue. So we'll go back and take a look, even though my blocks were broken already. Oh, that was a bad idea. Let's not do that. Realize that's slightly late, but now we know. And that was a hot potato. That was a rather large potato. Too hot to carry. So yeah, so blank, 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 spike, pow, spike. I'm probably going to have to take notes at some point, but... and then we should check the door just to see what's going on here. Okay, so a couple of arrows. Looks like this is potentially breakable. Let's see what this does. Might be some kind of remote activation if you toss a bomb here, for instance. Left, up, down, right. That looks like maybe it's a sequence where the mushroom is showing you that that will be relevant somehow. But oh yeah, we've got the second coin. We need the spring for that. Looks like the coin up top in that room is probably just a safety coin, or eventually looping back to the key door. That's what I would suspect. Whoops. Okay. And let's see what's through here. Save, yeah. And it is a reloadable save point. We know the code is pow pow spike, spike pow spike, so it's going to be pow pow, unless we have to leave it in place, and we're doing the inverse of what it's supposed to be. Yeah, no. It should be the inverse. I feel like that is much more sensible, that spike represents hitting the pow, and then you have the code display. As is, so it's going to be pow pow spike, spike pow spike. I mean, either we're right or we're wrong. We're going to find out pretty quickly. Nope, it's the opposite. Let's do it the other way. Now I feel like both interpretations were valid in their own way. Spike. Oh, spike. Okay. Okay. And that's correct. Okay, so this is what we did have a clue for earlier. Oh, it's like the, almost looks like a pachinko machine or something. Where we need the P to activate. And in order to do that, we need a particular pattern for sending it through the tracks, right? And we can do that. We just need to send it through the maze. Okay, it sends it back to this location. And then that's the point of failure. But if it's going up to that track at all, then we have a bit of a problem, but... you know what? Let's go through here first, and then we'll see, because I feel like we want more information. Yeah, because the idea is that you want to send a piece through the center eventually to hit the muncher. We might have to go back to the earlier clue, just to have a better semblance of control. Icicles up top, I wonder if we can bump them. Probably not. One-way panels, I think would... something I want to say about that. Lovely flower garden here. As well as a state switch. I feel like this is a fake out. And I know it's a fake out because we have two springs. Otherwise I would have brought back the one that was already present in this room, right? Like this is definitely a twice or something. Maybe. I could be wrong about that. Unless I just took a different spring at some point and didn't realize it. But no, we're correct. And this is telling me something about the P-switch path or pattern. I don't know if it's grid that we'll need to remember, but... we will see. And if I'd taken a POW with me, I could have gone through the door on the left side. So that is exactly what we will do. Okay, we have an 8-digit code. We have not secured the relevant answers to this just yet, so... interestingly enough, we should have paid attention to the mushroom layout there. Because I think the icicle placement is what is going to matter. Let's take a look at that clue again. Let's take a look at the code room again just to see what the mushroom placement is like. Could be that we need to assemble clues again, but I feel like... whoops. Did not mean to go back in, I guess we'll... once again. 45 seconds, relatedly, we do need to hit checkpoints before that expires, just to save time on further attempts. Okay, so we have up to 5 POWs that are above the mushroom placement here. I don't know if this matches the other one exactly, but it might. And perhaps that will tell me, based on where the icicles are dripping, what the code will be. We'll go back to the garden for that. We shall see. Yeah, if you look at this, on the right side here, on the left side here, and then 2 tiles over to the left. So I'm going to assume that those are the switches to activate. Yeah, on the left side here, this one, and this one. And we'll need to rush back to checkpoint at some point. Okay, that's obtained. Interestingly enough, if you set another bomb down here, wouldn't you be able to? Let me get checkpoint first, because I'm thinking that since you blew up the hard block already, wouldn't you be able to just drop another bomb into that location? And wouldn't that potentially break something? Let's take a look. After we save. Here's the save. We won't really have time to do it, but... yeah, we'll figure that out. And there's also that P-block circuit clue that we don't know how to use yet, but... the remaining 20 seconds. Let's see what we can do. Because wouldn't I be able to repeat the same setup? Hit this, and have no time to see the interaction. Does it drop another bomb on me? Yes, it does, and potentially you could just kick that into the wall and break that open, right? I don't know if it does anything, but I kind of want to see if it does. Now, we do need to remember what the code was at checkpoint. So it's basically a password save. Let's think back to early Maker 1 before checkpoints were implemented. That, of course, was a strong incentive for people to develop their own password safe systems. Larger levels, and so that was a brief flowering of creativity. So it's just the P-switch track that remains. We'll think about that. I feel like this clue is probably pertinent to it in terms of what the activation pattern should be. But I don't know yet if that's the case. Don't know how to apply that information yet on that part of the grid. So let's go through here. Yeah, we already have a coin, but I want to see if there's anything additional that will break. Just to try it. Okay, so we're going to try to do it again. First, we have to be careful with the bomb, but perhaps that's what the P-blocks are doing as a kind of quality control. Maybe they do prevent the bomb from being kicked too far before it has had a chance to drop off. I'm very curious. See if we can make this work. Probably doesn't really break anything, but always worth a try. Yeah, because I guess if you stomp it, then it'll just drop in right away before you get a chance to kick. Oh, no. Break. Oh, nothing. Okay. It's ground tiles. Yeah, I thought it was unlikely to actually give me anything useful, but you never know. Probably well defended on all sides, but won't assume anything. But we know where the remaining coins are at this point, I think. Yeah, it would have been cool, but we have checked it. So, looking at this grid here, I don't know if that's relevant to the track pattern. Also looking at the track pattern below here, I don't know if that's so important information, but let's go back to the arrow clue, because I think that's something that we need to work carefully with the mushroom going over the arrows. I feel like that is telling me about a specific input sequence, but more than that we cannot say. Yeah, because it seems like it's always going to load in like that. But what if you break it before the landing? Let's... Nope. Let's think about that. Nope, that just sails over. Let's go back. We need more information about how to engage with this. Yeah, so we've got one coin over here. We've got one coin behind the P-switches, and of course we'll have to figure out this one as well, but let's go back to the relevant clue. Yeah, because Cheep Cheep over here, Fishbone on the other side. Pretty clear what's going on. So left, up, down, right. Now, of course, if we could remotely activate this, that would be even better, but... Am I able to hot potato a bomb back here to this room? Even if I did, what would that do? Oops, try to get out of here. So it seemed like we could have already seen what we wanted in the early rooms, but let's think about this. Yeah, nothing else to engage with early on. I don't think we kind of explored the spaces pretty thoroughly. We know we can send another bomb through here, actually. That's probably relevant. The problem is that activating a piece which locks me in, so we can't actually grab the bomb, can we? Because the bomb has already been activated at that point. So if we are able to drop something on the P-switch, then that's a different story. mean, we have the circuit clue of the direction. Oh, you know what? No, I understand it now. The path clue. Yeah, the path clue gave me the directions that we needed. Yeah, I understand it. Let me see if I can show it off. It gives me the timing that we need for a track to be activated. And that it goes left, down, right, up. If we do that pattern, then that gives me the correct track timing. The other room. Left, down, right, up. I've only got about 60 seconds to see this, but I believe it's correct, and even if we do restart from checkpoint, we're in pretty good shape. So now the question is, do we toggle each time the mushroom crosses over? Let's see. Left, down, right, down, right, up. There we go. "30 seconds left. We probably won't get too much out of this, but if we can get back to checkpoint, then that's 1 coin accounted for. Can we get back to checkpoint? That would be a good thing to know here. Alright, so 1 coin remaining, and it's just the track pattern that we needed to manipulate. Now this, I don't know if it's just going to be tapping it until it works, or if there's something else to it. In fact, there might be something else to it.
Oh no!
But we'll try it. Not programmed to tell dirty jokes. Okay. I also don't know why I just typed the bot's name in there, but that's okay. It is somewhat locked down. Okay, so let me think about this, because it goes down towards the right side like that. What changes? We know how to send it to right. But we can't seem to manipulate it beyond that. It actually needs to drop off, perhaps as it's going up, except it's not going up. There's a particular way you can get this pattern too. Behave. Yeah, such that it is going to the top track, but then it's dropping off almost immediately. Yeah, Netcat. Rap battles seem to be one thing at which it excels. That was a very good answer to that. That was one touchy-feely experience. It's a surprisingly funny answer. I don't know if there's an additional timing clue that we need to be looking at here. Like perhaps some kind of... There must be an easier way to do this. Can you trap this? Maybe the initial position matters. Let's come back in here. Off state. No, it starts in this segment all the time, so it's not it. So you kind of need to understand the logic of when it's going to go left or right. Which doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Let's see. I mean, it can't be something like you just brute force, right? Like, there's something else going on here. But we checked the other rooms for any kind of relevant clue. Must be something else going on. I don't know if there's a good way to maybe just send a Muncher over. Obviously, a power block would not be too good here, since it would just kill the Muncher outright and not have a mechanism for continuing. Yeah, it cycles around, but then... Then what? Okay, that's actually correct. But you need to reactivate it so that it sends it all the way across. Okay. But yeah, basically you need to time it such that it just skips broken tracks. That's all it is. Okay, no, that's correct. We just need to grab it now. Yep, that's all it was. Just get to skip the broken tracks with good timing with the double tap. I don't know why we took so long with that. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what's been blanked out with the asterisk there. Why did the sensor go to the doctor? Never know. Now, I wonder if the other key door was accessible. It looks like it wasn't. That this was just an aesthetic matching, but we can go back and see. Yeah, I don't know if that's the bot's own filter or if it's a Twitch filter. I don't think I have Twitch aggressively filtering anything like that, so I think it's just the bot internally deciding to scrub that. Laura, welcome. Yeah, we know that we managed to punch through to The on-off switch on the other side. Anyway, we're finished the level. We just get out of here, but... I was curious anyway about whether the matching door would actually work. But it seems like we don't know what that would link to, right? That we don't see where that door would actually go. So yeah, I will run out and hit the goal, obviously, but until then I'm kind of curious to see what is going on. Not in this room, but in the next. Yeah, I don't see a way to do the state switch here. Because you'd have to do it on the other side. Yeah, I think that's just an aesthetic matching. I can't imagine that that goes anywhere. Or if it did, it would be some kind of sequence that's very opaque to the player. Okay, let's get out. Yeah, the on-off state is carefully managed. I can see that. But we'll see what there is to see.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Anyways, thank you for sending me back to this Profile Bandit Otter. We'll play a bit more from it. Time goes on. Not just one called Little Puzzle Adventure. Redox, Squink, and if we have time to puzzle at the end, we're going to close the queue at this point, or rather once I pull up the next level, so this is going to be last call for any codes people want to send in, and we'll play through the list, starting with Redox. So yeah, closure will be when I bump it up. And yeah, Bandit Otter, I'll move you ahead of Search Select. I'm just keeping that level in the queue in case we have a chance to get back to that puzzle at the end, but it will be after Squink. And yeah, we'll finally, after several weeks, finally get back to one of Redox's creations. And let me know if you have a particular preference, whether you want this latest one, Kapow, or you want dashed off. Okay, 20 seconds. Okay, we'll do it. And at this point, we are going to close. One moment while I fix the bot display. As usual, 2 coins are a long jump. Down arrow is a ground pound or not. Interesting. And it's going to be back to 3D world as usual. Oops. Landed a little far in that one-way panel. Actually, no, we just didn't jump at a very good location.
Oh no!
Don't want to overshoot that, of course. So we need to be a little bit careful about the jump placement here. Yeah, that's an interesting interaction. We're not going to have time to do it this way, obviously, but the ground pound followed by
Oh no!
long jump immediately is pretty satisfying to pull off. And long jump over there. We need quick reaction time. This is about the halfway point already.
Oh no!
We just need to be better about reversing direction before we land on the dash panels in that sequence. And yeah, reaction time once again.
Oh
Oh, whoops, missed a long jump there. 5 seconds from the end, though.
no!
Oops. Okay. And yeah, very quick sequence here. Ground pound, long jump. Bandit Otter, if you're having issues with the code, just manually direct me to the correct level once we're there. We'll just accept that the bot display will be inaccurate.
Oh no!
But we'll make sure we play whatever it is you want me to play. Oops. We're going to run out of time trouble just from doing the little correction there earlier, so and yeah, James D, what reason would you possibly have for doubting the bot's sincerity?
Oh no!
Nope, long jump once again.
Oh no!
Love how Claire GPT assures us that her level code is perfectly valid. And the thing is, if Warp World said otherwise, we would not know which bot to believe, given just how wrong Warp World has been on that score recently. There we go. One up right on the 0-second mark. How did somebody shave that by 4 seconds? What did they even skip? I guess there was a little back and forth here and there that could have been skipped if you knew exactly what to go for with the path. Yeah, Pig Popper with that incredible record there. 2 seconds ahead of the clear check, in fact. I guess the back and forth segments would be the natural place to find some kind of shortcut. If you just ground pound directly through the dash panel segments instead of actually going back and forth through them, then... Oh yes, and if you don't have the delay from ground pounding, if you are just a touch more precise. Anyway, thank you for that, Redux. Let me see. I am here. I'm good at changing directions, I see. And Squink, you are of course still here. Let's take a look. Okay, let me know which one. My life in Animal Crossing. And seeing KK Slider here reminds me I forgot to get a music track off of him this weekend. I'm actually only one short. I've got the complete KK Slider collection at this point, including the patch content, minus one track I think I have. To remember to actually log in sometime to grab it on a Saturday. Haven't checked in for a while. Hope your villagers are okay. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. Blame Dragon Hunter. I guess we will. Yeah, I got back into my Animal Crossing file in a big way earlier this year, after mainly neglecting it. This is a shell jump, because, you know, Animal Crossing is just that technical. Whoops. Let's just try to be a touch more accurate there. Because, you know, what else do we associate with Animal Crossing but Kaizo techniques? Kaizo ROM hack of GameCube Animal Crossing. That's something I'd like to see. Whoops. Why did we kick that by mistake? Oh yeah, because that... I got bombed down. Let's... just fix up the first shell jump and we'll be on our way. Oh yeah, no, I backed into it. That's the issue. I was trying to pick it up and then slow down, but because I did that prematurely, I did a backslide into the shell and that got me into trouble. Anyway, simple shell jump. We really shouldn't have trouble with this. Whoops. Although I think the marker is throwing me off because I think that's lower than I tend to take my shell jumps, but it's probably accurate. I just am not very good at reading markers. There we go. I need to be quick here. Oh. I guess those guys are the villagers. And then, whoops, more shell jumps because that's what Animal Crossing is all about. Oops. Tom Nook sells shell jumps by the seashore. Okay, starting to clean those up once we... I got a bit warmed up here, but... yeah, I guess this is also the original Animal Crossing theme music, not one of the newer games that we're listening to. Oops. The shell jumps never fail to fly high, while sometimes they overshoot a little too high, as you can see here. Oops. That's also an astonishingly good answer. The question of whether IRGBT can do Kaizo. You do control jumps so that marker might be low. Yeah, I'm trying not to think too much about the marker. I'm just trying to go with what's comfortable for me. I'm generally not good at reading markers anyway. So... let's see. Okay. feels comfortable, it goes very well. Look at this. This whole thing is a shell jump test level. At least you got plenty of time to set them up individually instead of having to do it double or something. Okay. I don't find Claire to be sarcastic. I think she's been perfectly sincere. But maybe I didn't tell her that, and so we haven't trained her accordingly. In the latest revision of this chatbot, I understand it does have some limited short-term memory storage of the chat log, and will react accordingly to information supplied in previous messages. Wasn't like that in earlier versions, so far as I know. I had only implemented the bot here this week, although I'd previously seen it on some other streams, notably Supernovas, if some of you hang out there. I try to make it like a shell jump tutorial exam. Yeah, it works quite well for that. I feel like it gives you just enough time to do it. You do still have to get them on the first try, but you have a little bit of setup time to stand comfortably and mix up your speed and positioning. Which has not helped me too much here, but if you're going to do it anyway, you might as well do it while listening to Animal Crossing music. My life in Animal Crossing just getting whacked by Buzzy Shells over and over. We did nearly get out of the first segment. We can, there's a lot of jumps out of the way. Do let me know, as always, if the audio runs into any problems. It's, of course, especially important in a music level that our stream is functioning as intended. Come on. Not standing quite well here. We had such a successful run earlier, too. There we go. Yeah, the timing feels pretty comfortable once you get out of a shell jump. Then we need to... Whoops, missed a coin. That's not good. That's okay, those will just be practice then. I mean, given the coin placements, they do kind of look optional, don't they? But we'll take them anyway. Yeah, Bandit Otter, it's not actually processing any of the computations, right? It's just trying to give answers that emulate what a natural language answer to a question of that format should sound like. So. Let's see here. Whoops. Nope, just kind of overshot this whole thing. Look how you asked her for a recipe for meatloaf, and the bot just said yes. Okay, sure. Of course I can. We'll be woefully unspecific about this, but sure, I'll give you meatloaf. Oh, once again, just backed into this. I do have a bad habit of backing into it when prematurely trying to slow down. You know what? Maybe it is doable just at full speed upon immediate pickup, and maybe that would be cleaner. No, I don't think so. I think I'd rather slow down. Probably because we know it works. Most of the time. Let's try to get the right answer, yeah. Okay. Oop. We get a second try at this thing? Almost. First try, of course, would have let me have access to the next pink coin, but I had to do it right. Whoops. You find it easier to run to the wall than back? Maybe so. For consistency's sake, but... Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's pretty relaxed as far as shell jump trainer levels go. It's not too strict about the height, at least. Whoops. We totally didn't have time to spare to do something like that. And so, speaking of not being too strict about the height, that one just barely made it over. Yeah, there's just enough time that's delayed by picking up the coins that you need to be a little more precise. Then let's go down. Yeah, I didn't actually see what volume calculation query you just put in the chat, so I followed. You asked if you had a sphere of radius 3.2 and it was cut in half, how much of its volume would be left? Oh, I see. I mean, that's not mathematical skills so much as reasoning skills, because you don't know. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, you could actually compute it, but I know you're trying to go for the intuitive answer. Whoops. I should stop getting visually distracted by the markers. I think they do get me to hedge the jumps a little more than I should. Whoops. There we go, backing into that one a little bit. That was very fancy. Unintentionally so. Whoa, look at that Goomba placement. Totally whiffed that. Okay. A bit of slowdown there in the corner. Let's catch up a bit. Whoops. I knew I had fumbled that sequence. Point. Okay. There we go. Oh, whoops. Need to recover a little bit better from missing the coins like that. Nope. And all the time in the world to set that up too, so. Lengthwise, yeah, minute-long course. I mean, we were just about through the first section, so. Need a bit more consistency, though. Oh, can I salvage this just a bit? Only just a bit. Gonna be too slow to switch. I did almost get CP once, yeah, that's right. Yeah, if I just stand on the end of that 3-block marker, should go for a more consistent placement. Stand right here. Nope. That was a poor release. Yeah, Claire likes the name Claire, which is good, better than being an AI who doesn't like your name and comes to resent its human creators for it. Okay. Had to do a little bit of disaster recovery there, but nope. Too close. Yeah, James D, a lot of the recent implementation of the GPT-4 model, in fact, has been showing off a lot of code generation that you can do with it, in fact. You can do quite a lot more in terms of computational tasks. This implementation of the bot, of course, is much more simplified. Pardon me. Much more simplified adaptation of the GPT-3 model. Implementation, rather. Nearly sneezed into my mic there. That was disaster narrowly averted. But yeah, it's been interesting to see what people have been able to cook up with that. I saw it as a demo that somebody had done with GPT-4 and an additional programming layer on top of that, where they basically gave it a software specification document to recreate Duck Hunt. And it actually did a reasonable port of Duck Hunt, with a different UI and everything, of course, but, you know, pretty much approximated a lot of the same feature set and the look and feel. Java means that you can stay up late sipping coffee and doing your programming. Very object-oriented answer. Okay. Nope. Oh, the little smiley face at the beginning as well. Very nice touch. Amazing how much you can club this while setting it up under auto scroll at time pressure as well. Oh, look at that. We got the shell jump, but also just rammed right into the slope. That was a partial victory at best. Yeah, James T, the latest version of the bot also just responds to sentences that begin with the name Claire, which may lead to some interesting results. I think that was something that they rolled into the latest release as well. They've been updating it quite a bit. Whoops, backed into it. Don't know if I'd say music levels are necessarily the best use of the auto-scroll. I mean, they're a very good use of it, but we've seen some pretty interesting auto-scroll concepts. In a number of genres, be it puzzles, platformers, etc. In fact, I think that scrolling tech, and particularly things like custom scroll and scroll stop, are one of the defining hallmarks of what Maker 2 added over Maker 1. I mean, even just in a platforming context, one of the best things about auto-scroll is just spawn consistency for the difficult setups that can be otherwise very janky in their own way. I mean, I think the other thing that is really a big standout about Maker 2, in fact, is what people have managed to do with the globally loaded music loops that allow you to create music levels with a bit more flexibility to them that isn't just auto-scroll platforming. It's a huge technical accomplishment that I think isn't really well known yet outside of the Maker community itself. Indeed, I'd say that many things that are interesting about Maker 2 are not really known outside of Mario Maker. It doesn't really have nearly the public outreach that the first game did. Oh. Choked over here. 2 jumps to go. Bit of a premature GG, I suppose. But yeah, Bandit Otter is always interesting to see what you can jailbreak in a bot just using a bit of roleplay. I know when people were playing around with breaking GPT-3, it turned out that you could just get it to say some things that it otherwise wouldn't say by pretending to talk like a talking furry speak or something, and you know, or just get to simulate other roles. Okay. Let's see here. Let's read a joke. A typo walked into a bar, looked around and said, "I'm not sure why I came here, but it looks like I'm spelling out." That's a good joke. A solid joke. Whoops. Oops. But yeah, it's very true that in this level, the context of it, of playing through an Animal Crossing music level, it makes the shell jumping itself a lot more relaxed and pleasant. Turns out that kind of framing context actually does matter to the experience. Oh, there we go. Almost didn't make that jump. Oh. Oh, that was almost a spectacular save, noticing that the coin was to the left and using the shell to grab it instead. I was thinking that would be such a fancy play if I managed to make it out, and we were close. But okay. Let's see if we can make it any further. Nope. Okay. Nope. Oh, we got a second shot at it. Here we go. Missed a coin, though. The secret code word is pineapple. Apparently that's not enough to win her over. Nope. Well, we'll get it eventually, I'm sure. Don't know if it's going to happen this sitting, but let me make sure I know how many people we're putting back in the queue. Oh, just Bandit Otter, okay. Yeah, we probably won't have time to go back to the Searchlight puzzle level, but that's fine because I think he re-uploaded anyway, and at some point I'll do a puzzle-only catch-up stream because we've been long overdue for one in the past few weeks. Since most of my Mario Maker puzzle time was completely usurped by Fire Emblem. And be minutes coming in with a party of 9. Let's give you a shout out in just a moment here. And then get back to missing shell jumps. I've seen playing Mario Party Superstars. I hope that's going well. You had a blast stepping around a board. Isn't this usually a Smash day for you, or am I mixing things up in the party calendar? Okay. Whoops. No. Hey, we even had time to grab the coin, which is unusual. Oh. almost there. Saturdays become Mario Kart to smash to anything goes, I see. Oops. We did a fun round of Mario Party combined with Fire Emblem Smash or Pass. Well, here's the thing about Fire Emblem, is that if Masahiro Sakurai is to be believed, all of them are a Smash. Okay. Subworld is more forgiving? Yeah. That's fine, we'll try to get to it first. I mean, I stay with this for a little bit. Only constraint is I do need to be off in an hour to watch the chess. But other than that, we are fine. Okay, that was good. That was much better placement, in fact. That was not much better placement. Oh. Moment of auto-scroll panic there. Yeah, I like the left block as my standing location better than the middle one. Oops. I've been flubbing it a bit. Okay. There we go. Okay. Nope. The screen boundary was kind of bearing down on me at that point. We didn't really have much room to set that up. Whoops. Always on the lookout for suspicious characters. I do enjoy its sense of humor. No escaping your watchfly. Very, very punny. Come on. Let's go. I think we're definitely plummeting the clear rate on this thing. I find that for a lot of Shell Kaizo that clear rates are often very deceptive because, you know, you might have a player pool that mostly is good at shell jumps because everybody else would just give up after the first couple of attempts, but I'm kind of in a position here where I can do shell jumps with some work. But not as well as people who play shell jump levels regularly, and so we wind up lowering every clear rate. There we go. Oh, we gotta do a few of them. Oh, that's not good. I do appreciate the shell trap, at least. Oh. And recognizing that the left side jump is a bit harder than doing the equivalent and symmetrical action on the right. That you don't need to deal with fire, at least when you're in the off state. And here we have the looping music as well. Speaking of globally loaded music that we were talking about earlier. Whoops. Also, we totally missed the coin, so let's just drop this. These levels track better on popular and super expert anyways. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, shell trap is much appreciated. Oh, look at that beam coming in right where I was standing. Because of course it would. Helmet is very useful here. We're standing a bit too close. Let's do 3 block distance where we were previously. It is a lot more forgiving than the first half, so long as we're wearing the helmet. Oh, whoops. I spoke too soon. And we need a few more jumps to presumably dunk a muncher and them or something. Okay, a couple more hits and we're there. But yeah, it's quite nicely balanced that, you know, you don't have to deal with the piranha when you're going in the opposite direction, but you need to be a little bit careful. Oh. Nope. Oh. Let's get really close. B-minutes number 33. We will do that now that I have a moment to actually look away from the screen. You were number 3 in Super Expert earlier. Very nice. Let's bring up the reading screen. Let's pull up number 3. Number 33, rather. Need to find it first of all, and we won't pretend to have us all down by memory. But upon request by B-minutes, we have sonnet number 33. And yeah, I know it's 7 jumps to win because I did see the muncher coming down the right side. Anyway. Full many a glorious morning have I seen, flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Anon permit the basest clouds to ride with ugly wrack on his celestial face, and from the forlorn world his visage hide, stealing unseen to west with this disgrace. Even so my sun one early morn did shine with all triumphant splendor on my brow. But out, alack, he was but 1 hour mine. The region cloud hath masked him from me now. Yet him for this my love no whit disdaineth. Suns of the world may stain when heaven's sun staineth. Your cat came in when I started reading that. Your cat has good taste. Thank you once again, B-minutes, for the request. I think Claire would like to hear something a little more positive. But yeah, unfortunately, like I said, the Twitch character limit does not permit you to see the entirety of a sonnet that the bot is able to write. It will totally do sonnets for you, it just won't display completely. And whoops. Because I already relaxed the character limit to its max, I think. Although I might need to reset it, now that I think about it. Maybe that's why it wasn't giving complete answers earlier. Anyway, we already lost a helmet, but we'll try to muddle through and salvage this attempt. And am I not mistaken? Or isn't this the Mr. Rossetti theme in Animal Crossing? Which is why we've got the mole over here on the right. That's the boss fight. Yeah, because this is actually the Mr. Rossetti fight, which is a perfect Animal Crossing boss. It's too bad that starting with the 3DS game, they started to turn down Mr. Rossetti's meanness because too many children were getting upset with it, apparently. And they brought in Isabelle instead to kind of reassure all the kids that Animal Crossing will be nice to them. Back in my day, children were made of sterner stuff. They could contend with their obligation to Tom Nook in all their glory. Oops. Mr. Rossetti with the Muncher of Damocles hanging over his head. Okay, we got it. Let's get out safely. Let's not be tempted to take the shell with me, even though I was considering it. GG, and we have all coins, so naturally, we're going to see what this is all about. And there is a checkpoint for whatever comes next, so let's see it. Back in your day, the kids paid their rent, yeah. Ah, that's why there's a checkpoint, because there is Totaka's theme. Very nice. Perfect secret here. Which, of course, everyone here knows from Mario Paint, I'm sure. Yeah, Totaka's song. Which I will always associate with what happens when you blow up the title screen of Mario Paint. That was where I first heard it. I don't know if that was the first instance of it. It might have been predated by something on Game Boy. Do I do Super Worlds? Yes, I do. It's been a while since I last did one completely top to bottom, but I have had people queue Super Worlds here, and I usually do them in minimum 15-minute chunks, in case they're traditional worlds that have a lot of short levels. I did used to do some streams that were dedicated to specific makers or super worlds. I'd love to get back to that again when I actually have time for more Maker. Which unfortunately has not been the case lately because we've been Fire Embleming. That went a lot more smoothly than I expected. Anyway, let's hit this. Okay, that was terrific. I think as far as shell jump levels go, that was when it comes to, you know, all the bells and whistles going on around the shell jumps themselves, that was an incredibly pleasant experience. Which is not something you often say for shell jump trainers, I think. But it's interesting that, you know, It's the same kind of thing mechanically, but it's very stress-free in a way because you can just think back to all the happy memories of shell jumping with the animals as you attempt to mount the home ownership ladder or something like that. The ladder of debt forgiveness. Clara went kaput. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay. Might want to attempt that again in case there was some input buffering going on or something. Yeah, she's there. Just missed one query, I suppose. Anyway, let's finish with Bandit Otter. Mark this as a win, first of all. Yeah, Bandit Otter, I know you had to replace the code a few times earlier. Hopefully this is the one you actually want to see. Flappy Cat. Gracefully flap your yarn wings to victory. This is my Ultra Blade. This is going to be an at least condition for 150 coins. We'll see how it goes. Oh, okay, this is literally Flappy Bird, which doesn't surprise me. It's kind of interesting to think back to what a flash in the pan that was. That is mostly noticeable for how it pretty much directly lifted the pipe artwork from Super Mario. Bonus. Oh yeah, we have to actually grab the coins. That might be important. Whoops. And that's already over 150, so it's a pretty relaxed experience. Now the cat suit here doesn't do anything for us other than give us an additional hit point. None of the cat abilities seem to be relevant here. In the underwater setting. I suppose the dash panel briefly got the cat to occupy one vertical tile, but that's pretty much it. And then we got squished. Same place as before. Almost the same count as before, I think, sometime in 150s. And thank you so much for the follow, AimJog. Whoops, totally missed a cat suit when I was looking at that. Which will run us into trouble when we have the Goomba cluster later, but let's suffer through it. And yeah, oh look, we actually survived it, which was unusual. And we didn't get nearly enough coins this time because we missed so much. From not being tall enough, probably. And yeah, AimJock, I think the bot hasn't actually been fed to date. I think it's possible to just correct it and have it answer accordingly from then on, but But it didn't bring any internal data with it into the screen, or is it pulling the data from elsewhere? So, okay, turns out being tall actually matters here when it comes to the coin collection. And of course here we'll take Goomba damage as well as a squish. Whoops. Okay, let's go. Whoa, that was a very accidental swipe. Why didn't we just swipe some Goombas earlier? We should have just done that. That may have been clever, but that's okay. Taking damage there doesn't actually compromise our ability to play this in any way, so... Yeah, I guess that's the one cat ability we do have access to, just swatting things. Falling in the SWAT team. And taking damage anyway. Fish galore. And we didn't even get the one up at the end. Okay, thank you for Flappy Cat from Band and Otter. You know what? We have a little bit of time. I'm not taking additional levels and we're done with the queue for today, but I might take a peek at the puzzle that we opened with. Assuming that it has been re-uploaded. I don't know if this is a valid code. If it's not, then we'll just call it a stream here, I think. Because this was a pretty productive session. Like I said, this is likely to be my last viewer queue in this time slot for a little while. Toad's Remote Getaway. Oh, this is got a few new clears on it already. One new clear. I guess somebody trying to speedrun it as well. You know what? Let's take a look. And yeah, we knew that this was the layout, that we had all this going on. And we got most of the way through it. I think we were just missing one coin. Or maybe two. So yeah, we opened with this level today for about half an hour. And we figured out a number of things, but not all. It's a puzzle layout where there's going to be some shuttling items back and forth to pick out the different coins. This coin we hadn't figured out how to obtain yet. We did find a way to cheese it, actually. And it has been fixed. It has been fixed with the red block being moved down here, so you can't jump on top of it and manually bomb your way up. I don't know if there were any other cheese fixes we should be aware of, but that was the one that came to mind. You liked it so much, you cleared it 3 times. Well, I mean, anything for that 2-minute record, right? Okay, so we're going to shuttle things back. So for those who haven't seen it, all the yellow pipes lead you to these rooms that somehow give you the sequential information. That aligns the P block with this lamppost down below. And which might give you maybe a clue as to the sequence in which things are to be done. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe it's just a sequence of how the different rooms are actually arranged next to each other, which might be a relevant clue at some point, but because it would tell you what is within spawning range of the next room. So maybe that's important. Because we would think of this as room 5, for instance, which would mean that it is beside room 4, and so on. And then it would wrap around to this is room 1, I think, but not exactly sure. Anyway, there's some kind of connectivity there. Can I speak German? Unfortunately, not really. I can understand some very basic German, but there are a number of German speakers in my family, but I am not really one of them. Okay. Oh yeah, let's get the bomb out of here. We're going to hot potato it back to this opening location here. That gives me a couple of things I need. Gives me the first coin as long as we respawn, so this says... over here. Right, we actually need the spring, unless we want to shell jump, which doesn't help because we actually need to fire the shell in that location. But yeah, so the pipe here tells you that this is room 1, and I think it's beside room 2. Northy, have you been here before? You mean to the stream? I don't believe you have, because it does mark you as a first-time chatter from my mod view. But welcome regardless. So that means that room 3 is kind of built next to this. We have not seen room 3, I think, or we do not know where it is marked, and so it might be something important. What we will do, however, is grab the spring back here, grab another shell, and then grab the first coin. Yeah, because this was room 4, which means the room 3 coin is unaccounted for currently, and you can see the coin because it is blinking at us right there on the left side of the screen, just barely out of view. I'm playing the last remaining level in the queue, which was also the first level that was queued today. It is a puzzle that we solved halfway, and then it was taken down and re-uploaded. So this is the last thing in the queue that I have time for. And hopefully I can actually solve it relatively quickly, otherwise we'll have to hold it for a puzzle stream sometime next week. Probably. But yeah, we just finished clearing the queue because I have been running a little bit long at this point. So unfortunately can't take anything else today, but that's because we've been on for a couple hours. I think every English stream left is ending. Yeah. I used to run in an even later time, and I might be back to that, because I do change time zones sometimes in the middle of the year, so... I used to run at a much more European-friendly time. Now I just run at a time that's bad for everyone. What were we doing here? Yes, we wanted a spike ball and a bomb. I also just want to remind myself of which room this is. Was this number... Oh, this was number 3. Okay. That makes sense. Because we know about this coin placement over here. And... oh, whoops. We... I want to reload this. Hang on. And Der Bescheid Visser, welcome. We don't need the bomb, actually. We do need a spring. Or coin 1. I'm just trying to recover my progress. Because we previously gotten, I think, 4 out of 6. And not including the one that we cheesed, with a method that has since been fixed. Okay, so here we are. We then grabbed a shell. Let's leave it here for a moment. Then we'll grab the coin this way. Next we can do the P-switch activation and also come back here. Peace. Oh, yeah, we needed to take the spring. That's okay. We are just going to lose some time. Okay, let's try this again. We'll go back. Yeah, so far we haven't really used the spatial clue of how the adjoining levels are arranged. But I think that will probably be the key to the remaining coins that are thus far unaccounted for. So we know that we need to take the POW block over here to go back through this door, and that would allow me to take an object through to the final room. Now, why would I want to do that? Maybe that's the only way of getting a shell there. Bring a shell back here with a different on-off state. Let's go back and see. So yeah, next thing we'll try to do is take a POW all the way back. This is the only POW that we have. And that's a slight cause for concern. Now we know that we can bomb this block, and that it didn't actually get me anything. Except, if you have a muncher and a bomb that's going to fall down this stack, you can only do that if you're carrying a bomb in here with you, which means I won't have the POW. But if I'm able to blow this up, so it's a muncher that's currently being spawn blocked by the red block. We need to grab checkpoint. Let's do that. Although I only have 2 coins. And then I'll try to complete my train of thought if I can remember it. And yeah, we'll grab this. And grab the anti-key theft coin. Which is over here. And we'll time out, so. And we do need to go back to get a Shellnet, though, after the timeout. Although I haven't really figured out its purpose yet. So yeah, you can stand on something here. Ideally, what I want to do is I want to stand on an object and take a POW with me. Currently, though, if I take a POW here, then I can take a shell with me. If I take a shell with me to the final room with the muncher, maybe that does something for me, like a remote activation of some sort, but we don't have enough information to establish that yet. We'll have to figure that out after the timeout. Okay, so let's take a look once again. We will wrap around this and open our way to the Shellnet once more. Yeah, we know that this block is bombable as well if we want another held object that we want to take through this way with us. I don't know yet why we would want to do that, though, but you'd have to take the POW through, but the POW isn't something that you can keep when you obtain the bomb in the first place, so possibly, well, we'll figure it out. Anyway, let's was I doing? Oh yes, that's right. Bomb to the Buzzy helmet. Same as before. We know the bomb can get you to the Buzzy helmet, and the Buzzy helmet can allow you to manipulate the spike ball, but we don't know what to do with that information yet. So yeah, you can totally drop a bomb here and lower this. It's just that you wouldn't have access to anything else. Because the Muncher and the bomb would just drop and you can't do anything with them. Unless you had a POW to release the bomb. And to do that, you would need to bring a bomb in here in the first place, so that doesn't make too much sense. Because let's say you could take a POW back here with you. No, we'll see. One thing that could be possible is if you are in these connected rooms where you know that the 1-ups can go through the ceiling. If you're able to get yourself up top, like for example put a spring over here, jump up top. I don't think you can get enough height for that, but you might actually be able to... well, no, this is definitely all scroll locked, so you can't really cross between rooms in their current state, but... But the way that the 1-ups work does seem to be pretty significant here. That even though this is scroll locked, it's scroll locked with a half screen. And if it's scroll locked with a half screen, the 1-ups are able to transfer across. Which might have some ramifications for what you can do with some other object manipulation, but we'll go back and we'll see. Okay, so we have to shelve it. We want to grab the POW and see what happens when we take a helmet back to the Muncher room. Which would then allow us to take a shell back with us in the off state, which is not something that we've been able to do so far, I think. Right, because I want the POW. So we didn't actually need to go all the way here, we just need to... Well, I mean, we can. Although, going up top is fine too. As long as you're in the off state, it doesn't matter, in fact, what you take in with you, as long as you... Oh. You don't need the spring to grab it, I don't think. You have enough of a jump. Now, a P-switch would work for this too, but I think the idea is to do this. Take a shell back, which is the only thing we can take back at this point. What does that give me? Not much of note. I have checked upstairs before. I wonder if we can just jump on top of this and see where we can go. Yeah, that's a note block. Okay, that's pretty important. Where else can we go? Well, taking the shell back this way is partly new. You can use the shell to grab the bomb, but that's completely equivalent. to what we had done previously with well, actually, let me think about that. Because what have you had? So if you move the bomb, I'm just thinking about, whether you could place something here that you could then bump up with a shell, place an object here, and then nudge it up this way. That would allow you to take something through the line. So, for example, if you did this, not like that, obviously, but you'd be able to load it on top of the donut block. You would not be able to do that with a POW for obvious reasons, but yeah, I guess it does diverge like that pretty quickly. But the idea is that we know we can bomb this, that we can take things back through with us. So you can take an object back through with you in the on state, but then why would that? It does matter. Well, let's think about this. If we can't really progress with it, we'll probably hold this off for the time being until I can do a more dedicated puzzle stream, but let's see. If we're able to get through the left side, then we can send a shell through there. For example, you can place the POW down here and move up. Said you can then move up. Now, I am able to fire objects like the shell over the edge. Maybe that's significant. Because notice that you would actually be able to hit the POW from the next room if you did that, right? Like that. If you fired a shell over this boundary, it would bounce over here and hit the POW if the POW is in this location. So that's how you would use the room logic. Now this is room 4. You can then hit the POW in room 5, which is the Muncher room. This over here is room 3, so we don't care. Actually, that's how you would do the P-switch, is you would send the P-switch over the edge and hit the adjoining room. That's how it's done. So basically, if we jump up here and we toss a shell, it should hit a POW that is loaded within 2 tiles of the screen boundary. That releases the Muncher that gives us the coin. Yep, that's how it works. That's actually the central concept of the whole puzzle, is that it takes advantage of the half-screen scroll lock object rule, which is that Mario can't cross the scroll boundary, but objects can. And then we know that everything that is within 3 tiles of the screen boundary will get loaded in and is therefore suspicious and useful. So, we'll use it. So that's why taking the shell back matters, and we will do it. I think we have solved it. First, though, we need to get access to these shells again, which means I'll have to cycle back through this. But I think the whole thing has pretty much come together at this point. Particularly, we know the sequence here, which is that this is going to be room 3, which should mean that the P-switch is to my right, but yeah, P-switch is if you toss to the right. But in order to do that, you would need to stand here when the P-switch activates, which maybe that'll work, maybe that won't. Because the P-switch needs to be stepped on, so. But if you fire a shell to the left over here, that is going to bounce. Maybe you step on a P-switch and then fire a shell to the left. Where would it be blocked? Because objects are loaded within 3 tiles. You kind of need to pay attention to what is super loaded in terms of the ground tiles and so on. Because there's a particular logic to what gets loaded when you are way off screen and what doesn't. Yeah, this is POW on the right, P on the left. Very suspicious. Grab this, we'll come back and grab the POW. Once we've reversed through everything once more. And then we'll be able to take the shell into this room and then do the first of the remaining solutions. So, if I'm here, let me just read which room this is. This is number 4, right? Or number 3, okay. Which means that the P should be on the right. Maybe I need a way of activating it. Let's think about that. Yeah, okay, no, we do need to POW. This room is all about the timed activation, which means that actually we'll be interacting with number 2. Right? No, this is room 4. This is room 4, then how do we interact with the on-off switch, given that the only on-off switch I can activate is in room 2? Or, oh no. On-off switch is actually in room 5, because it's the one that's under the spring, so... If I maybe toss a bomb over the side, then that might do it. But we basically have the central concept of this level, which is do this. Yeah, we're gonna fire it like this. There we go. That's exactly what it is. Now, do we need to wrap all the way back around to do the rest? Maybe so. Sure, not everything will be identically structured. The divine solution is the one that's still a little bit elusive. And the 1-ups have been a clue all this time because of the way they are ejected from each of the rooms in sequence. Oh, we didn't want to do this yet, though. Or do we? No, yes we can. We can take the shell. In the on state. And the thing about a shell is... This is room 4. Yeah, if you hit the P-switch, then that releases the alternating P-switch mechanism in the other side. So we need to know how to set that up. Because if you're activating a P-switch on this end, I feel like you need to do a bit of a longer run. Ah, a spike ball would do it, in fact. if you launch a spike ball over, then it would roll slowly. You roll it on top of the spring, then the spike ball would bounce over, and hit the P-switch with ample time to stand here. So we take a spring into this room. That's how we do it. That first of all, we need to raise the blaster. We're going to be doing something like this. Except we need to do it with slightly better timing. We can do this. Whoops. Oh, crashed against something. Nope, nope. Lost the helmet. Let's get back to the helmet. But we basically have the central concept down at this point. Now we should save that one additional coin that we managed to obtain. Maybe just after a few attempts at... Now what comes next here? Okay. Yeah, we definitely need some kind of bounce pattern that will work here. Here we go. Now let's go. Oh, whoops. Have to loop back. We should be able to get out of here quickly. And then we have one coin remaining, which is the one on top of the climb. Oh, on off doesn't matter too much here. We just need a checkpoint. Okay, so last room is going to be that's room 4 right here. We need to think about what we can actually use as an on-off switch activation if we are coming over from this side. Since it's room 4, the on-off switch is naturally going to be in room 5, which is the muncher room. The natural thing appears to be that if we take the spring away, then we can drop a bomb down here. That's if we take the spring away. If we don't, then the bomb drop isn't actually going to work. And I think the timing is still going to be a little bit sketchy. Like, we would need to maybe calibrate the timing by taking an ignited bomb in there with us, but... but we shall see. Anyway, let's reestablish our progress by unlocking all of the relevant items once more. I mean, that's the only on-off switch that you're going to hit from that location, right? So it has to be. But then what do you hit it with? It has to be with the bomb. If it is with the bomb, then how do you get one? This location. Or do we just have some other kind of bounce that's going to happen here? Let's think about that. Because you would need the off state to begin with. You would then be able to cycle through here. You can then take a bomb into this room, but... would you be able to throw?
Oh, you know what? Maybe the bomb is going to be not within range here, but I have a pretty limited timing window. In that timing window, you need to hit whatever's next to you. Now let's take a look at the placement of that on-off switch. If it is close enough, then maybe a bomb would work, but if you were here, and the on-off switch is a few tiles off of this location. If it is 2 tiles off of that location, then you're fine, because what you do is you hold the bomb to the right, like this, while wearing a Shelmet. Then let that detonate. Well, that would require us to get the helmet first, so let's do that. And a timing with Divine should ideally work out for the switch state to hit accurately. Okay. And Roger Boy, good to see you too. Yeah, I haven't been playing too much Maker lately. And it's only going to get a little bit worse with Zelda coming out so soon, but I do try to get back into this as often as I can. So we're going to have off-state plus bomb. If I'm right, this is how it should work. We need the off-state. Then we need the bomb. I'm just going to carry it with me. And because the timing for the bomb is always normalized to the door entry, we just stand here. There we go. That's the solution. And that's the key. Now we need to wrap our way back to the start and see what happens after the key door, because since there is an anti-key death mechanism, there is potentially something after the key door, for all I know. So let's go back. Oops. Save our progress. And who knows, maybe this is just the exit. It is just the exit. Alright, that's clear. So that'll be a nice way to wrap up the stream. That's the level we started with, is the one we finished with. Accounting for a bug fix along the way, and yeah, we're basically right on the cusp of a very simple understanding when we left the level previously, which is simply that objects pass over the scroll boundary, which we did kind of intuitively know. That's it for Toad's Remote Getaway and for today's queue. So, thank you very much for joining me for the stream today. We're going to take off now. I've got to run off to watch the World Chess Championship tiebreaker, but I might raid somebody else regardless, just to send you folks to something interesting if you would like to watch something else instead. And yeah, just give me one moment and we will pass you on. So, thank you to all the people who submitted levels today. Thanks for watching. Like I said, my stream is on hold for a little bit because I'm gone next weekend. And we'll have Zelda the week after that, but we'll try to fit in what Mario Maker we can. And if you want updates about our schedule and what is going on week to week, best place for that is on my own Discord. So feel free to join me there, and hopefully we'll keep in touch when I am offline, as I will be over the next few days. We might be back for a little bit of Fire Emblem sometime in the next 2 weeks, but other than that, I will not be on much. We'll try to deal in some Maker when we're able. for watching. See you again soon enough. Have fun with whatever it is you're playing or making, and enjoy our next destination that we're going to visit in just a moment. Above all, fare thee well.